Thank you, Joe.
You're live, sir.
Thank you, Joe. It is now 5:01 p.m., Wednesday, September 8th, calling into session the regular meeting of the governing body, September 8th, attended virtually. We'll begin with a Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Villarreal, a salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Garcia, and an invocation from Councilor Rivera, followed by any remembrances that anyone wishes to call to our minds. So with that, please rise as you are able.
In honor of fiestas, I'm going to do the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish. Yo prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
Thank you, Mayor. In honor of, in remembrance of the 20-year anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, I'm going to say the fireman's prayer, but I want to honor all the 2,977 victims killed on the September 11th attacks. 412 were emergency workers, and this included 343 firefighters. So I wanted to say the firefighters' prayer in remembrance of them. When I'm called to duty, God, wherever flames may rage, give me strength to save some life, whatever be its age. Help me embrace a little child before it's too late, or save an older person from the horror of that fate. Enable me to be alert and hear the weakest shout, and quickly and efficiently to put the fire out. I want to fill my calling and to give the best in me, to guard my every neighbor and protect his property. And if according to my fate I am to lose my life, please bless with your protecting hand my children and my wife. Thank you, Mayor. I will turn remembrances over to you.
Thank you, Councilor. That was beautiful. There are folks who wish to remember somebody at this time. Please just raise a hand. Councilwoman Villarreal, I see you first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to recognize the passing of my dear neighbor, my childhood neighbor, Sharon Tyner. She'd been struggling and had been sick for a while, and just wanted to honor her and her life and looking after my sister and I as we grew up, and just always very generous and supportive of our family. So just wanted to send love and light to the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anyone else this time? Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to recognize the life of Miss Bernadette Tennyson. She recently passed. She was a strong advocate for education. She had worked for the New Mexico State Public Education Department, New Mexico School for the Deaf, Santa Fe Community College. And so she just was one of those advocates that was very, very much vested in our public education system, and just want to share my condolences to her children and her family and her grandchildren during this time of need.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone else? Councilor Vigil Koppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to thank Councilor Rivera for that wonderful prayer. And, you know, this is a very special anniversary for 9/11. And I just publicly want to say that it was a horrible day in our lives, and give thanks to all the families who had firefighters and police officers and people working in that building. Give thanks to them for the service that their family, their firefighter, their police officer, and the people who went to work that day, for being very courageous and just so honorable in giving of themselves, especially those who ran back into those buildings, those who tried to stop the plane, those who at the Pentagon who were just at work on a normal day and suffered these consequences. Especially want to remember our own police officers and firefighters in this city, because this day I can imagine is more of a special day for them to remember the work that they do, the sacrifices that they make every day, that they put their lives on the line. And I give thanks to them for doing what they do. Again, just a special remembrance to everybody on September 11th and what happened that day. I hope, and I know that we will never forget it. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Romero Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to send condolences to my family on the death of my aunt, Rita Gandert Schroeder, born in Chacon, New Mexico, was a nurse at a nurse administrator in Albuquerque, and just want to send best wishes, condolences to her son and his wife and 2 children, and to my extended family, and remember her and the great life she led. So thank you.
Thank you. Any others? I want to join Counselor Garcia in the remembrance that he just offered, and also add my thoughts and prayers for Richard Chosky and his family. Richard worked so hard and so long in the rail yard and lost his wife over the weekend. And he had just retired after so many years of outstanding service, and we thank him for that and grieve and mourn along with him for the loss of his wife. Let's take a minute, think about people we've lost here, people from 9/11 of 20 years ago, people who are suffering in our midst, and take a moment of silence. Thanks, everybody. Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Yes, Mayor Weber,
Present.
Counselor Betha,
Here.
Counselor Cassett,
Here.
Counselor Garcia,
Present.
Counselor Lindell,
I'm here.
Counselor Rivera,
Here.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Here.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. And can I get a motion to approve the agenda unless there are amendments to it? Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering if it was possible to change our evening agenda to have item, hold on, let me get there. Under public hearings, to have item 19C, the CAPER approval, recommended approval, to move up to the beginning of the public hearings.
If you make a motion, it's possible.
All right, make a motion to amend the agenda to move up item 19C to be the first public hearing item for the evening session.
Second.
There's a second from Councilor Vihel Coppler. Could the clerk call the roll on the motion?
Sorry about that. Yes, Counselor Betha,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Now I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Move to approve. Second.
There's a motion to approve the agenda as amended and a second from Councilor Romero Worth. Any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll on that motion to approve as amended?
Yes, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
very good. Thank you. Are there items to be removed from the consent calendar? If I could see hands of people who want to take something off of consent at this time. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull item 10, B as in boy.
Okay. Are there other consent items to be removed from consent? If not, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended?
So moved.
Motion-
second,
A motion from Counselor Romero Worth with a second from Counselor Vihel Coppler. Is there discussion? Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
A consent calendar has been approved as amended.
thank you. Item 8A is approval of minutes from the regular governing body meeting of August 25th, 2021. Are there changes or amendments to those minutes? And if not, can we get a motion to approve them?
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve those minutes by Counselor Lindell. Is there a second?
second,
I heard Counselor Vihel Coppler, so the motion has been made and seconded. If there's no discussion, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes. Sorry,
Counselor
my
Vihel-
mute button.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Minutes have been approved.
thank you. If you could then take us to item 9A, the first of two information-only presentations of the evening. Madam Clerk, why don't you tell us what it is and introduce the presentation?
Yes, item 9A is a presentation. It's an informational briefing by the U.S. Forest Service on the Santa Fe Mountains Landscape Resiliency Project. Sandy Herlocker from the Santa Fe National Forest Ranger is here, and Alan Hook, our Water Resource Coordinator, is also available.
Thank you. So, Alan, will you be introducing this then?
Sure, Honorable Mayor and Councilors, good evening. Tonight, this is just strictly a brief briefing on the draft environmental assessment for the Santa Fe Mountains Landscape Resiliency Project. Again, I'll be brief and hand it over to Sandy Herlocker. He'd like to do just a quick presentation for all of you to understand how to respond to your constituents going through this EA process and what they're planning to do in the near future. So go ahead, Sandy, if you can.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councilors. Appreciate your time, giving us some time today to brief you on where we are with the Santa Fe Mountains Forest Resiliency Project. It's been important to the community. It's been on the books for a number of years, and we're finally getting ready to make a major milestone by rolling out the environmental assessment. We think next week in a draft format. So I guess the first things I want to talk about is where we were a couple years ago when we went to scoping. We focused on values at risk, and we talk about losing watersheds and wildlife habitat, recreation opportunities as being lost values, that if a wildfire comes through, we no longer have those assets. So that's kind of where we started. But as we went through the environmental assessment process, we got more into, instead of catastrophic fire, we started thinking about fire ecology. And so where we are in the Santa Fe Mountains project is basically the fire ecology tells us, the science tells us that the area that we're talking about in the Santa Fe Mountains project is out of balance from where it should be. And I won't get into the details. The environmental assessment does a pretty good job explaining the ecology and how the fire works on those frequent fire landscapes. And so that's kind of where we wanted to start off on this presentation, is just to say what we're trying to do is restore these landscapes to a state that will provide benefits, not just avoiding bad consequences from fire, but actually being more in tune with the fire ecology that should be out there. So when we organized the project, we talked about objectives that we wanted to meet, and those include things like the big one, restoring the forest to its natural fire regime, which means every few years you're going to have a fire. For between 10 and 20 years, we have small, low intensity fires out there. The other thing is we wanted to reduce the potential for high intensity fires, which turn into catastrophic fires in terms of what they do to the values, like watersheds and, again, wildlife and recreation. So, and then the other thing is the wildlife habitat. One of the things that really changed over the last 2 years is we took a harder look at things like Mexican spotted owls. And in that process, we realized that there's a lot more to the owl habitat than we thought 2 years ago. And so that's become a fairly large focus for this environmental assessment, to talk about how we're dealing with wildlife habitat, especially Mexican spotted owls, which is a threatened species. So let me see. If I was more technically adept, I would throw up a map, but I think I could take my whole 10 minutes just trying to get the map to show you. So I'll defer to that, and we'll get this presentation out to you as soon as I finish. But basically, the fire shed includes a larger 107,000 acre area, but our particular project is closer to 50,000. And of the 50,000, what we're proposing to do is do some fairly light thinning in 18,000 of those acres, and then come along after that and prescribe burn, which is a method that we've used successfully inside the Santa Fe watershed, and we propose to do that outside. Pacheco Canyon area is one of those areas we've done that. We've started those kind of treatments. And the Medio fire from last year, I think we tried to get the word out that the Medio fire ran into one of those prescribed burn areas, a 500 acre block, and sat down the way it should. And we were able to actually keep the fire from going farther south, which would have gotten into another basin. And that's just that much closer to Santa Fe. The southern part, the south of the Santa Fe watershed, is also important because it's around the Glorieta area and Pecos. And so we've got those large areas that we want to do these basic treatments. We also have some stream restoration and some one particular road to close because it follows a stream. So where we are with all that is we have the draft environmental assessment. it's at the contractors right now, getting buffed up. We expect to have it out and available next Monday. Kind of is our proposal to have it ready to go out to the public to start reviewing on Monday, the 13th. One of the comments we got during scoping was people asked for extra time to be able to see all this. It's a large document, so we know it's going to take some folks some time. We have a 30-day comment period that we're inviting the public to take a hard look at this document. And because of the size and the request before to have more time, we're actually won't start the 30-day comment period till closer to September 27th or so. So we'll have 2-week period between the time this is out for review and the time we actually start the hard count, because it's built into our regulations, this 30 days. So we're going to try to accommodate the request we had before and get folks that want to read this or skim it or do whatever they need to do with it, an opportunity to get actually a 40-day review period. Let's see if there's anything else. I think one thing I'll just skim over really quickly, what the summary of what we found. I mentioned the ecological restoration that we're shooting for, and that really is going to benefit by getting the area out there in its in a more ecologically balanced way. Restoration, it'll be resilient. It'll provide better habitat for things like the Mexican spotted owl. Right now, there is owl habitat out there, but it's fairly low grade, and it's very not just at risk from fire, but if we don't do some thinning over the next decades, it will not even be suitable for owl habitat anymore. So it's actually degrading even without a fire. And so those are kind of some of the highlights from the environmental assessment that we really want people to comment on. So I think with that, we will also be getting information out about how to comment. We're going to have 2 public meetings in October that folks will be, there'll be virtual meetings, but they'll be similar to this, where people can get the information they need and then provide official comments. And so I guess with that, I'll leave it for questions.
Sandy, I have a quick question. I'm sure others do, but for everybody's information, once the assessment is available, where would I go to find it? How would I locate it to start reading a very thick document?
Okay, thank you for that. There's a, the Forest Service has a planning webpage. And when we are, as we put this out next week, we will also be sending out a notice that'll have a link that should be able to get people to that document.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Questions from the governing body? Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Hook and Mr. Herlocker, for presenting and the information you provided for us and next steps about the environmental assessment and the fact that public comment and meetings will occur in October. I think that's extremely important. We did, all of us got information, I believe, from the Santa Fe Forest Coalition.
Mhm.
And it made me think about some things that I was just curious if one of you could answer for me related to thinning and prescribed burn. So there's been actually books written about the connected root systems of trees, that they actually communicate with each other through the root system, and they also share nutrients. And I'm just curious about what kind of studies you all have done or research you've done about the connectivity of root systems. So when you actually do thin an area or do a prescribed burn, what happens with the systems, with the trees that are left in that area? was curious about that. I think it's important.
Sure, and I'm probably not the right person to answer that. It sounds like that's more for our soils folks and the silviculturist to answer that. But I've read some of those articles about the connectivity and the like of that. And I guess my non-expert answer would be that that is kind of an unknown in the sense that we don't know how they communicate, but what we do know is what happens when we treat. I mean, we've got thousands of acres of treatments under our belt in terms of looking for the objectives that we need to meet to protect the soils and the wildlife, et cetera. And so what we have not seen is any large scale like die off from the trees or bad effects to the remaining trees because of our actions. And so I guess in a non-expert way, I think we have to infer, regardless of what's going on with the communication of the trees, that what we're doing is okay. But if I'd be glad to pass that on to somebody more expert.
Thank you. I don't know if Alan, you have anything to add to that question?
Yes. So thank you, Honorable Mayor, councilors, and Councilor Villarreal. I mean, I would just, again, I'm not a silviculturist myself, but I would add also that, you know, when Sandy talked about the historical conditions, a lot of the work we've done in the municipal watershed and really protecting our water supply, we had, 1,200 to 1,500 trees per acre. And so a lot of the treatments, the historical conditions, and we do have the evidence, we do have the scientific background and research from people like Dr. Ellis Margolis said that while there was actually about 50 to 60 trees per acre, where you had a forest that was resilient to wildfire that continually, came through our mountains and our watersheds. So again, I think it's one of those trade-offs about, if you have too many trees, is that forest, and therefore each individual tree may be more susceptible to disease and die off because you have overcrowding, and therefore that's going to initiate a larger, higher severity wildfire, versus we get these treatments in, we have the forest sort of become a more resilient forest. And we've seen that really in the watershed, like through a successions of years, over a decade, where you have conditions that are becoming more resilient. And the Forest Service, remarkably, in our watershed can now introduce fire, it's prescribed fire, but it'll carry through the forest floor, and it's not going up into the crown and starting a wildfire like we're seeing back, California or other places where it's dramatically taking out the whole forest. So that's kind of the ideal condition that we're trying to get to. And again, specifically to that research in the books that I've read about, also about the communication between trees and tree species, that I think we'd have to get back to you on a silviculturist level.
Thank you for that info. I realize there are trade-offs and there's overcrowding issues and die-offs. So I guess maybe you could direct me to some information about what you all have done in terms of the tree root system and its health as it relates to controlled burns or prescribed burns. I'm just curious what that looks like. And then the other question I had is about tree health and how it's impacted with the threat of climate changes. So how do you all modify your what you decide to do in terms of thinning and prescribed burn efforts to adjust to climate change and changing wilderness conditions? Because, we're shifting now, and I'm sure that you're not using the same methods and I'm hoping you're not using the same methods as what was occurring before we are in our current, state of climate change. So I'm just curious what kind of modifications you all make.
I think I'll start with our biggest modification, and is really, I mean, these are pretty simple treatments, pretty simple idea to go and thin and pile. You burn the piles and then you come back and burn, broadcast burn after that. So it's not a really complicated effort. What's complicated is the weather. And so I think most of our adjustments going forward are not so much changing the treatments that we're proposing, because they're simple and they're effective, but it's the weather we have when we can do the prescribed burns. And then as we move forward, some of these slopes, I mean, I think before we go out and treat an area, I think we need to think about, and we do talk about that in the environmental assessment, we need to go assess site by site, what is this area how is it gonna react to when we thin? And if it's a wetter area, then we do some thinning. But if it's really dry to start with, do we thin, or maybe we just do a really light prescribed burn, where you're basically just burning the needles off the top of the soil. And we have really good success after monsoon season going into areas and being able to burn the top layer off, which is what normally happens, and then basically leave the soil untouched. So that's part of the answer anyway. I don't know if it's complete.
Thank you, Mr. Herlucker. Mr. Hook, did you want to add to that?
Yes, Councilor Villarreal. The one part I would add is kind of that window, as Sandy has said, at least in the municipal watershed and the prescribed burns, is the timing of it. And we've seen sometimes the window in the fall is opened up even further, as late as October, which we didn't have in the past. But I will give credit to the Forest Service and also the Air Quality Bureau from NMED. They're always very conscious of the issue of smoke in the air. In case we get those inversion layers that, we see smoke come back down towards the city of Santa Fe. So that is kind of the balance with climate change, as Sandy said, is the weather conditions that are changing, and that we all as partners are sensitive to smoke being in the air, and that we don't want that to be a prolonged exposure for our community.
And if I could just add on to that, the window, I think climate change is really making it more difficult to find those windows as well. And so I think part of our sense of urgency in moving ahead with the Santa Fe Mountains project is to get her done in the next 10 years or 15 at the most, so that as things get hotter, drier, when we do have fire, we'll have more options to be able to keep them small or herd them in a place where they won't damage the resources. Thank you.
And then one last question. I'm just curious. I know during the height of the pandemic last year, there was a decision not to do prescribed burns. I think that was the case. And I'm just curious now, since we're still, in the thick of it, there was, you all assess that particular issue still, since we're still battling COVID.
Yes, yeah, Councilor. Yeah, the factors there is the smoke and whether we can find that window. We've had opportunities sometimes where, say in the Pacheco Canyon in April, we were able to burn a unit there, 500 acres or so, with the smoke going up and away. Santa Fe, the canyon is different because we know that like nighttime, the smoke does come down. So that's kind of our calculation, is if we think we can get the smoke up and out, then we're good. And but I think this year, especially with the COVID and our current situation elsewhere, with our firefighters being busy and coming back tired, and giving them some rest, it's not a high priority to get a certain place burned inside the Santa Fe watershed. But if we can, we will try.
Thank you so much for
You're
for
welcome.
the additional information. And if you all can send me more information about the status of soil health and root health for during prescribed burns, that would be helpful. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you. Other questions? Well, thank you for the briefing. Make sure everybody gets a posting on how to find the assessment. If you send it to the members of the governing body, we'll send it out as well and
Okay,
make sure there's a thorough participation and engagement. And appreciate your being with us tonight. Thank you.
thanks for having me.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have another presentation, 10B, if you could take us to that.
We do. 9B is the
9B.
City of Santa Fe monthly water supply and demand update. Jesse Roach, our Water Division Director, is available for this item. It's informational only.
Jesse, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. I appreciate your time tonight. I want to give a brief update on water supply and demand last month in August and also through the year. And I'm proposing this as a monthly update through the end of October and then start again next summer in May when demand starts to rise again. And I'm interested in feedback on what you find interesting or useful and maybe what you don't. This information is available on our website. And so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and show where that is so that people following along on YouTube can find it as well. It is also available on PrimeGov. But here we are on santafenm.gov/water. And in the middle of the What's New with Water section, the water supply updates, this top link is the August 2021 supply and demand report. So I'm going to click on that and takes a moment to download. I apologize. My internet connection appears to be fairly slow. There it is. Okay. And the format of this presentation is essentially 8 different pages. The first page with text describing a figure on the second page. So I'm going to move to the first figure on page 2, and this shows production and demand during August of 2021. We produced 306 million gallons of potable water last month. 72% of that production was from surface water sources. And so that's shown as the light blue is Santa Fe River water, and the dark blue is water from the Rio Grande system, actually San Juan Chama water. And then the yellow is city wells, and the orange is Buckman wells. And so we see that around the 4th and the 17th of the month, there was muddy water events on the Rio Grande, which reduced production at BDD. And so we turned on our wells during those periods. 96% of the water that we produced was actually delivered to customers through their meters. So the gray line is what we sold through meters. And you can see it's not exactly aligned with the production, but that's handled by all the storage that we have in storage tanks in the system. Okay, moving on to the second figure. This figure shows cumulative water production through the year. And as of the end of August of 2021, we had produced 6,000 acre feet of potable water, and 73% of that had come from river water, 27% of it from wells. That's the amount that we used from wells is about 1,600 acre feet so far, and that's about twice what we used in last year, but well short of what we estimate as about 5,000 acre feet a year that we can produce on a renewable year in and year out basis. The other thing to point out on this figure is that the dotted gray line shows cumulative production from 2020. So we were tracking it fairly closely, but we're actually a little bit below. So our demand is slightly down in 2021 through August compared to what it was in 2020. And I think a lot of that is because of the nice monsoon moisture that we have had.
Mr. Mayor.
Counselor Rivera.
Yeah, thanks, Jesse. Just to clarify, when you say river water, is that BDD and reservoir, or is that one or the other?
Councilor Rivera, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. The river water in this figure is both Santa Fe River water and BDD water. So it's the combination of the two sources. And the well water is also the combination of all well water from both of our well fields, both the city well field and the Buckman well field.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Back to you, Jesse.
Thank you. Okay, and then I'm going to move. Oops. I'm going to turn off my video. I'm getting a unstable internet warning. I apologize if you're having trouble hearing me. I'm going to move to the third set of figures, and these are on page 6 and show reservoir storage through the year. There's two figures because we sort of have two sets of reservoirs. On the left is the Santa Fe River Reservoir storage. So this is combined Nichols and McClure storage along the Santa Fe River. The blue line shows our reservoir storage through 2021. The yellow line shows in 2019, and the orange line shows it in 2020. Similarly, on the right, the blue line, this is the combined storage that we have of San Juan Chama water, and this is mostly in Heron and Abiquiu. It also could be in Elvado, but this year it's basically all in Heron and Elvado. And so just we see on the Santa Fe River that we didn't store anything during what was normally spring runoff. But in the second half of July, we did store a decent amount of water as a result of the nice monsoon activity that we had. In the San Juan Chama, we see reservoir storage that's lower than in the last few years. Although this is a little bit misleading, this 8,800 acre feet is really about 13,000 acre feet as of today. We loaned some water here to irrigators below Cochiti, and that has been paid back as of today. So we are lower than we were in the last couple of years. And this is fairly low for us when we look back at the last 20 years of storage. So we are seeing impacts from the drought, but we do still have some surface water reserves available. For context, we have approximately 13,000 acre feet of San Juan Chama water in storage now, and we use in a given year less than 9,000. So we still have more than a year's worth of storage just in San Juan Chama water. And the final graph that I want to show is on page 8, and this is just showing inflows to McClure, which is our upper reservoir along the Santa Fe River. And the shading shows kind of the range of inflows we've seen since the gauge was installed there in 1998. So about 23 or 24 years of gauge data, and the colors show from minimum to maximum. The dark blue is the middle 50% of years. So we were tracking kind of amongst at the 25th percentile, which means that kind of on average, 3 of 4 years on average would be wetter than what we've been seeing in 2021, all the way up until July. And then in mid-July, we went from sort of being at this 25th percentile up to the largest flows that we've seen for this time of year into that reservoir. So the second half of July was exceptional for us in terms of monsoon inflows to those reservoirs. And with that, I will stop sharing and stand for questions, and I'm happy to bring back up any slides as needed.
Thanks, Jesse. So let me just kick it off with a couple quick questions, and then I see hands going up. Based on your knowledge of our water supply system, what are the takeaways that you think we should read out of these charts and the bullet points that you presented? What if you were writing a summary statement, what would you say?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. I would say that although we are in significant drought at the moment, the two pieces that underlie our water resiliency are showing themselves to still be alive and well, so to speak. And the first one is conservation. So even though we're in an incredibly dry year, we are using less water this year than we used last year. And it appears that this year, for the 7th year in a row, we'll again use less than 9,000 acre feet of water. So our conservation continues to be something that we should be proud of and continue to be something that we continue to work on. The other thing that I would take away from it is that even in this very dry year, we're still using a majority of surface water, 73%. And I expect by the end of the year, that'll be higher. And so, yes, we are seeing some reduction in our surface water resources, but we're still, even in this very deep drought, we're still allowing our wells, which I refer to as our savings account, to continue to recover from a period of time in the 90s when they were overdrafted.
And you will be giving us another update a month from now?
That I am interested in your feedback, but yes, I was planning to do the same first 3 sets of slides updated in a month, and I'll post it on the website again, and then show it to the governing body and stand for questions again.
Great. I think this update is, given the level of concern nationally and in the West about drought conditions, I think it's an update that I certainly appreciate. It gives me a sense of where we are, how we're doing, change over time, as well as what our resiliency looks like and our savings account looks like, and where we are drawing water and where our resources lie. And it appears that we still have compared to our demand, our supply exceeds our demand by what, 4,000 acre feet, roughly?
I think that's a fair statement.
Thank you, Jesse. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jesse, again for the presentation. Hate to be redundant, but I'm going to kind of cover the same topic that I did with you last night in regards to, I know last night you confirmed that a lot of the presentations and reports that have been provided to us are dependent on the river water access being available. And, you know, I had requested last night that we start, I appreciate that forecasting, but is there an option B forecasting where that river water is much more minimal, and a potential scenario where we have to dip into wells and surface water for usage, and what would a projection like that look like? Because I think we need to, with something as critical as a resource as water, we need to have a plan B. And I know that, and I'm just going off of my experience, but it's not by any means scientific, but just looking at the water availability over the span of my lifetime, it's been less and less and less, and folks are finding more and more and more over water rights. And I don't want to have us be in a predicament where we rely heavily on river water, and then we're in a predicament when we have to dip into wells and surface water, and that's not necessarily what our projections were calling for. And we then are in a position where we can't meet the demand, our supply cannot meet the demand. So last night I had requested that we develop some type of plan B presentation where we don't take into consideration the river water, and what would a projection look like if we were solely to be using wells and surface water. And so I don't know if that's possible to be presented in time for our October kind of update, but I think that's something that's critical not only for the governing body to know, but also for the broader public, just to fully understand in that instance, should we be put in plan B? What does that forecast look like? And so I guess that's more of a comment, and I guess the question is, could that be information be available by our October presentation?
Councilor Garcia, I appreciate the clarification, and your question tonight helps me maybe give a slightly better answer. I guess the first piece to that would be that we do long-range water resources planning, and in that planning, we look at different scenarios. And the last time we did it was what we call the basin study. It was 2015. And we took the best available information on what climate change may do to water resources. And that told us that on average, we might see anywhere from a 25% to a 33% reduction in the available surface water supply or river flows. And so we use that as one of our scenarios going out 40, 80 years. And we also looked at increased demand, and we put those two things together and end up with shortages. So we've kind of looked at those scenarios. If we wanted to look at a scenario where there literally was no more river flow, I think that that's fairly extreme. And that would be a plan, fairly far down the list for us. However, if that's the sort of scenario that you would be interested in seeing, that's something that we could consider in the next planning process, which we are a year into now, and we're actually this year working on the supply and the demand scenarios. The other, I guess, piece of that would be, we have given some presentations about how the piece, I guess that's where we've landed on the return flow project, is as we evaluated these shortages, the question becomes, how can we avoid these shortages? And one answer to that is if we can make our San Juan Chama water go farther, then we can avoid those shortages. And that's where we've landed on our plan A, as you refer to it.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. I really appreciate the additional context. 2015 taking into consideration a 30% reduction. I don't know the percentages in regards to the availability, because I'm just thinking of our current reservoir. What was it? I think it's well over 30% lower than last year, and I think a more current study is needed in that sense. And by no means was I trying to imply that there's no water running through the river. I'm more so implying that we don't have access to the water because it's guaranteed to downstream users. And for some reason, if the pipeline project is not allowing us to sufficiently use that water in that sense, that's where Plan B comes into effect in that sense. What does that look like? And I think it's critical that I know it might seem extreme to some, but you've got to plan for the extreme as well to be prepared should that instance happen. I don't want us to be 20, 30 years down the road and future generations say, why didn't they plan for this? They saw it happening right in front of their eyes, but yet they didn't appropriately plan. So I'd rather us be very proactive and plan for an extreme and not need it than be in the extreme and be in a much more dire situation. So with that, I guess from what I'm hearing, it's got to be implemented into this bigger, broader study. And I guess that's what I'm recommending then, that we do implement some type of extreme where we're not taking into consideration river flow. And that includes a return flow pipeline. We're not including that in our projections. So with that, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No other comments.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Romero Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jesse, for the presentation. I guess a couple of questions. So when we talk about groundwater, what specifically are we referring to?
Councilor Romero Worth, Governor, members of the City Council. Groundwater is water that we extract from aquifers underground through our wells. And so we have about 7 city wells and about 13 Buckman wellfield wells. And those all are drilled anywhere from, 400 feet to 1,000 feet down into the ground, and water flows into the wellbore and we pump it out. So that's, when we talk about groundwater, we're talking about water that we get out of our wells.
And we have 2 well fields, as you said. We have one at Buckman and one that we call the city well field. And so basically those are 2 different areas with a number of wells in each area, correct?
That's correct.
And we consider those 2 different sources of supply, the Buckman wells and the city wells.
That's correct.
Okay. And then when we talk about river water or surface water, what are we talking about?
Thank you for the question. So river water, we have started using that more because we thought it would be understandable to a broader section of the public, but maybe creating some confusion. River water and surface water are the same. They're water that we store in the reservoirs and we divert from the rivers. We release from the reservoirs and divert from the rivers further down and treat and put into the system.
So, and we have two sources of quote unquote river and or surface water. The water that comes through the Canyon Road facility from snowpack down the Santa Fe River. That's one, correct?
Correct.
And then the other one would be the imported water that we get from which we call the San Juan Chama project, which is Colorado River water. It's our share. It's what we through the federal government have been allocated, and that is pulled from the Rio Grande, and that is also surface water / river water.
That's correct.
Okay. So I think it's important that we understand river water, surface water, groundwater. I think it was in 2019, am I right, that the governing body passed a resolution asking for 40 and 80-year water planning efforts. Do I have the year right? It's sometimes things get a blur.
I believe it was December of 2019. Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought. And I think part of the reason why we did those is because we want to plan for the future. And the basin study, which you talked about earlier, suggested to us that in 50 years, we may have a shortage. We may have a gap between our supply and our demand 50 years from now. So in 2019, the governing body directed that there be long-range plans to think ahead about this stuff, 40 and 80-year water plans, right?
Correct.
And that's what you were talking about, is being the planning that's underway. And I think we're doing that in kind of 5-year chunks to further complicate things. Maybe can you talk a little bit about that process and where we are and kind of what work went on last year, where we are this year, and kind of, what the immediate future is in terms of, really looking ahead and planning for the future, making sure that we are doing the things that we should be doing now to prepare long range, and to further complicate my question, how we are putting climate change models into and modeling into that work.
Yes, that's correct. And we have proposed a 5-year planning cycle, and we went through year 1 last year, which was essentially taking this proposed cycle to the public. And we had some feedback, we did some outreach, we had some small group sessions, and we listened to what folks had to say and tried to incorporate the public feedback into this planning process. So year 1, which we've completed, was essentially defining the process and vetting it. Year 2, we're into now, and we're essentially defining the demand scenarios and the supply scenarios that we think are the most likely, and maybe not just the most likely, the scenarios that we should be preparing for. That includes population growth. That includes how much water people use. Those are difficult things to there's a lot of uncertainty in the demand side of things. And then that also includes the supply side of things. And so, as you mentioned, we are incorporating sort of the latest climate change models to try to understand what will the supply look like coming down our river, coming down the Santa Fe River, and coming down those tributaries to the San Juan River, which provide our San Juan Chama supply. What do we think will happen to those supplies in the next 40 and 80 years, and be prepared for that? So once we have the supply and demand, then we put them together in a computer model and look at if if there will be shortages. And that would be the third year of this process, is to evaluate the shortages quantitatively. And then the fourth year would be to evaluate adaptation strategies. What are we going to do about these shortages? What are we going to do to bring supply and demand back together? And then the final year would be wrapping it all up into a report, sort of debriefing lessons learned and preparing to start over.
And as part of that, we'll be taking some of those adaptation strategies and some of these other pieces out to the public, right? To get feedback about specifically for the adaptation strategies. Here are some things that we can do in terms of what we require for building, what kinds of conservation strategies we can impose, some of the other work that can be done to, again, align our supply and demand and make sure that we don't get into a place where we don't have the water we need to sustain this community.
That's correct. And I think that's an important point that you make. And at each stage in this planning process, we are presenting and seeking feedback from the public. But I think you're correct that where the rubber really meets the road is, what are the adaptation strategies? What are we going to do to make sure that we are resilient and prepared for 40 to 80 years?
Okay. So this is really important work, I agree. And we are looking forward. We are paying attention to where we are, we are looking forward to what's going on around us, and how it affects us, and how we're going to adapt, and what kinds of things we need to start planning for now to make sure that we're positioned for the future. I do also want you to comment. So our well water amounts were up, and certainly part of that is probably because of the couple of days where the BDD had the turbidity and we couldn't draw as much there. But it's also due to the fact that we're sort of doing that on purpose, because we lowered our reservoir amounts to do some dam repairs. Am I correct in that? Is that in this figure? Does that come out in these figures?
Well, it does sort of come out in the figure that shows the Santa Fe River reservoir storage. We were hoping that we might be able to start work on the Nichols outlet conduit, which is a large infrastructure project that we are working on to sort of bring this old infrastructure up to date. We were hoping we might start on it this winter. But long lead times for really major pieces of the equipment mean that we couldn't get it done in time to be ready for spring runoff next year. But the fact that we had stored almost no water was a result of the fact that we were kind of planning to empty Nichols out. Now we had to sort of make a change, an about face, when we realized we weren't going to be able to get it done in time. And so now we're planning to start that work next fall, late next fall. And as a result, we started to store again. But really, I think the real reason we've used our wells more is just because of the small amount of Santa Fe River water that's been available from the watershed this year.
Okay, that's helpful, and I didn't know that. And then I guess finally, and you may not be able to answer this question, but we did have a presentation at BDD about how well that facility can stand up against kind of the low river flows and the turbidity. And so that the fact that we have that issue, we are prepared for it in many instances, so that these couple of dips that we've seen in the data you presented tonight are really exceptions. And not, a sign of, I don't know, something we should be concerned.
Yes, I think that when we look at the BDD, there's two potential issues we can run into. One of them is muddy water, where we could go ahead and treat it, but we have decided that at a certain level, and I don't remember, but the BDD operators through time have sort of chosen a number where once there's more than a certain amount of mud in the river, they stop treating, just because it's so much more difficult and so much more expensive. If we had to, we could continue treating. But that is something we have these wells sitting there, and if we turn them on for a couple days, that is more resource effective use of our water supply portfolio. And it's okay to run those wells a little bit. In fact, that's one of the reasons was we do run our wells. We run all of our wells every year, a certain amount, because we want to make sure everything is ready to go when we need them. And maybe, back to Councilor Garcia's question of what would we do if we don't have the river water? I think in a given year, we might not have river water. And so in a given year, we might be ready to go to the wells completely. And so I think that would be a plan B, a short-term plan B. I think he's interested in a longer-term plan B as well. And I think that fits into the planning. But aside from water quality issues at BDD, which would be muddy water, or, there are other water quality issues that we look at, which can have us decide to shut down sort of. But the other one would be water quantity. And at BDD, the plant itself is designed to be able to divert down to 150 CFS. Now, that doesn't mean much to anybody who's not a water nerd, but 150 CFS has never been seen in the Rio Grande at that location for the last 50 years, maybe one day. So this year and last year are a potential sort of a stress test for us to watch how well the diversion performs as water levels get low. So last year we got into the 200s, the high 200s, I believe, and we'd never seen that before, and the plant worked fine. So this year, if we get lower, we will be interested to see if indeed, on paper, the 150 CFS threshold is indeed what we have. And so I think that it will. So far, everything leads us to believe that we'll be able to divert down to that level.
All right. Thank you again for the presentation, and really appreciate the really important work that's been going on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody with a question for Jesse on the water presentation? We'll have another presentation in a month, so please keep tracking on this. It's obviously a matter of great interest and concern to the whole community, and I'm glad you're bringing us these updates, Jesse. I think it's incredibly useful and informative for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I think we're now on to the consent calendar, and it's 10B.
Correct, Mayor. The next item is item 10B. It's request for approval of the agreement between the City of Santa Fe and Axon Enterprise Incorporated in the total amount of $5,481,937.15 for 5 years for providing body-worn cameras, in-car cameras, interview room cameras, less lethal taser devices, empathy training devices, and all associated equipment and software to manage the provided devices. In addition to the equipment, digital media evidence management cloud services will be provided. The equipment and services are to increase quality and reliability of digital evidence, efficiency, accountability, and officer and public safety. There's a request B1, which is request for approval of budget amendment resolution in the amount of $902,076. Ben Valdez, Deputy Chief of Police, is available for this item.
Thank you. Councilman Villarreal, you were the person who pulled this item. Did you want to hear a presentation and then ask some questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think we need a presentation. We talked extensively about this item in quality of life. I just had some follow-up questions. And so just wanted to let staff know that we did appreciate the details that you gave us. And we talked about in detail the virtual reality empathy training, and we were assured that there were no racial or other biases or stereotypes in those sessions and those training sessions. We also talked about the fact that there's no facial detection technology that will be used in this contract. We talked about IT, also the definition of what less lethal tasers mean, and then also about video storage. So I had a question for staff about just the contract itself, and if we were in need if we had a desire or need to terminate the service contract, and what would happen to the stored data. And I just want to be assured that Axon wouldn't continue charging us to store that data, and that we have a backup plan to be able to have some kind of cloud or other way to store the data if we were not to continue with Axon.
Deputy Chief Valdez or Chief Padilla, do you want to respond to the question about cloud storage?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Villarreal. So if we do determine that it's appropriate for us to end the agreement with Axon, if we want to export that data, we would need either a cloud server that we would have to purchase, or we would need to export it to an actual physical server to be able to house those files. But that would be something that we would work with through the vendor to make sure that occurs. But we would certainly need to either purchase cloud storage to store it, make it accessible, or we'd have to purchase a physical server. And just to provide a little bit of clarification on this as well, that data is going to be there. So we've had data when we initially looked at the system back in 2013 or 14. And now that we've been doing a test and evaluation, that data is still there. So with access, we're able to access that data that was there since 2013, 2014.
Good to know. So if we had to, say, terminate this contract and we had to find another server that would be able to hold the data or hold our the information, what is that? Do you know what that costs approximately?
Councilor Villarreal, I'd have to confer with IT to see what the cost would be and what they'd be able to get us a server for. Our preference would be for a virtual server. Currently, we have 2 physical servers for our videos, and they're not in the most, I guess, preferable locations right now. And again, you know, the physical servers, they're really challenging for us, and that's something that we've been trying to work with IT with other databases we have to get them on a virtual server so that we can make sure they're secured and accessible, and they're not prone to damage or loss in the event of, let's say, a plumbing issue or an electrical surge that causes damage to the server.
Thank you. I did ask, I think it was Director Ochoa about this, and just wanted to confirm that IT did test the system. Is that correct? And they made sure that they also looked at the contract. Is that correct?
Director Ochoa?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Villarreal, that is correct.
Okay. And I brought this up to Director Ochoa because there was an article on the internet about an incident at another municipality in California where they got out of the contract and they weren't able to get out of the storage contract. And so they had to keep paying Axon. So I just wanted to be assured that that wasn't a scenario that we would have to deal with if that was the case, if we terminated our contract. So I'm happy to hear that. The other thing is I just really want to make sure that we are self-sufficient and that we don't continue being dependent wholly on outside contractors. We've been in this scenario before and it's not pleasant. It's very expensive. And I want us to make sure that our IT staff is up and running this, or they're knowing all the ins and outs of it so that we are able to, if need be, jump in and understand the intricacies of this system and software. So I just want to make that point. The other thing is, we did talk about this, but I just wanted to understand again, you know, there were 2 reasons why this didn't come, at least we were told in quality of life, why it didn't come to, that we didn't hear this request at our budget hearings in April. And I wanted to understand why, especially with the state legislation that passed that required body cams, and that was in March. And then this was also based on a 2019 audit that indicated that we needed technology upgrades for the evidence rooms. So I just want to understand from staff, why wasn't this flagged to us as counselors and governing body to say, hey, this is going to be a need? we are not able to request this at this time, but this is going to come down the pipe because it's a major contract. It's $5 million. And so I just want to understand why it was never even just flagged for us. Say, hey, heads up, this is not in our budget this year. We've been working on this. I think Officer Stratton, I never say your, I'm sorry, I'm ruining your names. Strahan, thank you. I know that he'd been working on this extensively. So why wasn't this explained to us as just a heads up? Hey, this is coming up and this cost is going to be pretty enormous. And we will be requesting this as a potential change later on while we're in our budget cycle, our current fiscal year.
Chief Padilla, you want to respond? You have your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Councilor Burrell, to answer your question, yes, we've been flagging that topic, and I've been running by my bosses. And at the times, like I said, the budgets for the entire city were not available to fund this type of project. And through the wisdom and processes that we were able to identify most recently, that's how we were able to fund this project. So it has been ran by my bosses over the last several years.
Well, I understand it was run by your bosses, but it wasn't told to us what would be coming potentially at this level. Even during budget hearing, even if it wasn't and we weren't able to fund it at the time, it would have been nice to know that this was like, hey, this is coming up. We have this requirement from the state legislature. We have the audit requirements. And so I just want to understand, why was that not told to the governing body?
Councilor, I understand your point. It's noted. Not all day-to-day operations are ran by city councilors. It's ran through, as I mentioned earlier, through my bosses, and I apologize. It's noted, and we'll do better next time.
Well, day-to-day operations, I understand that, but this is not day-to-day. This is a major contract, and it's an important contract. I see the need for aspects of this. Some of them I'm a little skeptical, but I'm hoping that they'll be useful for all of you and beneficial. It's just that these are the things that we should be flagged, not because, especially if we don't have the funding for it. If we're going through a budget hearing and we had budget restraints, that's important. But this is a 5-year commitment of over $5 million. So I just want to I think that the governing body should be told about these major commitments and major expenses that are for the long-term needs that we have. I think they're important. So I'd like us to know about these things because this is not just a small contract that we'll just figure it out and decide, well, this is good, this is bad. This is like commitment to 5 years and a lot of different important pieces that are all going to be working together. So I would just like us to be told about these things.
If I may, back in March of 2020, when the governing body provided us a tremendous amount of support to get the high density shelving, improve the security systems in our evidence room, adding staff to our evidence room. I recall letting everyone know through the committee process that this is part one of this big project that we had. And that's on the heels of the recommendation that was made. And I know that I communicated to everyone, hey, this is just the first step. We still need to deal with the video management side of it, which will include a camera system. So we didn't have the data on what the contract would cost at that point. We still had to do our research on it. And we started doing our test evaluation following those actions in the spring of 2020. I know during our budget processes, whenever we provide those recommendations to our leadership, we let them know this has to be at the forefront now that we got this addressed. As Chief Padilla said, we can do better in the future to make sure we share that information so it's very much in the forefront of your guys' minds. But we did share that there's going to be several parts of this project. The first part was to improve the security, the shelving, the storage, and the software. And then we shared that the other part would be to address the video management side of it, which was one of the recommendations in that survey that was conducted in our evidence room. But, if you don't feel it was shared, I think there's room for improvement. I think that's something we can do to make sure that everyone has the information so they can be well advised and they can start planning for that process.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Valdez. I do remember about the evidence room, but that's a small piece of this huge contract. And there's a lot of other new pieces to this other than just cameras and software. So yes, I think we can do better, and it would be very helpful for us to know so that we can plan accordingly as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Vihel Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. This question is primarily for Ms. Ochoa. And I listened in on the quality of life meeting a little bit about this, and I thought I heard something about these trainers within this contract having trained at the fire department recently. Was there any connection there?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, thanks for the question. To clarify my comments during quality of life, there was a questioning about the virtual reality empathy training that this software brings. And I made the point that it was not to replace the existing training in crisis intervention that the police department currently engages with, which is in-person training, live actors from New Mexico, and real life scenarios, which are also possible with the virtual reality training in this software, but would be more locally based with our current crisis intervention training. And the connection to the fire department is that Chief Babcock and his team have recently implemented a version of the crisis intervention training through the same contract that the police department uses at the fire department that's tailored to fire department de-escalation training and training in helping people with mental health. So the training that the fire department gets is not this. It wouldn't be the virtual reality training at this point. It is the in-person real life scenario.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, and thanks for clarifying all that. These trainers would not be the same trainers that they used at the fire department, which were met with pretty much bad reviews, as you know. So these will not be the same trainers. That's what I want to know.
Mr. Mayor, Council Vihel Coppler, no, they will not.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions, comments? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
I
Second.
heard Counselor Abeyta make the motion and Counselor Lindell second the motion to approve this item. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion, please?
Oh, sorry, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Casa,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Chief and Deputy Chief. Appreciate your being here. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item, please, on the agenda?
Yes, the next item is 11A. It's request to publish notice of public hearing on September 29th, 2021. This is related to an ordinance amending the Land Development Code, Chapter 14, FCC 1987 to address zoning issues related to cannabis, amending Table 14-6.1-1, Table of Permitted Uses to clarify zoning districts for various types of cannabis establishments, and to adopt operating times, density limitations, and a minimum distance between cannabis retail establishments and schools or daycare centers, amending subsection 14-6.2H, agricultural uses, to address cannabis production, adding a new subsection 14-6.2I to adopt use-specific standards for cannabis establishments, including operating times, density limitations, and a minimum distance between cannabis retail establishments and school or daycare centers, and amending section 14-6.3B2 to prohibit commercial cannabis establishments as accessory uses or substructures on residentially zoned properties. Amending subsection 14-6.3D2 to prohibit the conduct of cannabis establishment as a home occupation. Amending section 14-12.1 to add definitions for various types of cannabis establishments, establishing an effective date, and making such other changes as are necessary to carry out the purpose of this ordinance.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve from Counselor Romero Worth and a second I heard from Counselor Cassett, and Counselor Vihel Coppler's hand is up. Does anybody want to hear a presentation from staff, or would you like to go straight to questions? Counselor Vihel Coppler? You want to just go to questions?
I would like to go to questions.
Okay, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. First I want to point you to the attachments on PrimeGov for this. If you go to the action sheet at Public Works, that I think we should take that down because it's not accurate. At Public Works yesterday, this was pulled off the agenda. We didn't discuss it. And even if we did, you look at the action sheet and there's only 2 people there. One's excused and 1 voted. So there wasn't a quorum. So I just want to point that out. I think it's very misleading. We didn't take any action on this. It was pulled from the agenda. So there's that. And then second, I want to thank staff on this, Noah Burke, Jason Kluk, I don't know if he's here, but Andrea Salazar, for the really good presentation we had today at the Economic Development Advisory Committee on this. And there was a lot of really good discussion, a lot of anticipation of what's to come, a lot of things that are yet unanswered, but a general excitement about what is to happen, whether people partake in this or not. It is something brand new. And one of the things I found very useful was that there was an offer, and it was emailed, of a link that provides an overlay of is it 300 or 400 feet? I forget, what we might see in anticipation of that. So there's a big file on that can't be loaded on PrimeGov, but can be accessed. And then it was very helpful when the zoning overlay districts of the whole city were mapped out to have an idea of where cannabis businesses might be located. And so it was very telling, and I thought it was very educational. That's really why I raise it, because I know there's some things that are not on these attachments, but files which I think are really important to have as we move forward. And mainly, I do want to thank staff, because it's very obvious and evident that they put a lot of work into this. And it's a puzzle. So Planning Commission, I know, spent a great deal of time as well. So staff spent time there. But again, just kudos to all of you who are here and not here tonight. And then just don't forget that there are other graphics that would be very helpful as you take a look at this. And thanks to the Economic Development Advisory Committee for all of their really good questions and suggestions. And it was, quite a good presentation. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. We do have a motion, and this is essentially a request to publish notice for a public hearing, but we'll take other comments if anyone else would like to. If not, could the clerk call the roll on the motion? Oh, I didn't see your hand up, Counselor. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to confirm that due to the confusion in the sheet, that it is going back to Public Works. I guess Chair Rivera, is that the plan?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Counselor Rivera.
Yeah, Councilor Lindell ran the meeting last night, but in looking at the sheet, it's from Quality of Life. However, since we have Jamie Ray Diaz, who staffs both Quality of Life and Public Works, I believe It was probably an error on her part in putting Public Works and Utilities Committee action. I believe it was quality of life action because all the members on there, including the chair, which is mentioned as the last vote, are all quality of life members. So I think it was just an inadvertent mistake by Ms. Diaz, who again just started helping out with the quality of life committee. So I don't know what happened at last night's Public Works meeting.
Okay.
Councilor Indell, is there any insight on last night's meeting?
My understanding was it would come back to Public Works.
Noah, are you nodding yes, no?
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. Yes, there was some last minute corrections with the city attorney's office to the proposed legislation that we didn't feel we had adequate time to put it into the packet. So we asked for it to be postponed until I believe the meeting of September 27th, which at that point it will go back.
Councilor Garcia, is that what you needed to know?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Noah. Thank you all for helping clarify.
Thank you for
That's
clearing
all I
that
have.
up. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just a
Councilor
point
Villegas.
of clarification. I'm not sure I understand Councilor Rivera's comments because all of the members on this sheet are Public Works members and showing a vote. So nevertheless, I think it should be removed because we did not discuss it, nor did we vote on it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
You have the floor.
Just some clarification. This is just a notice to publish, which means it's gonna be heard by the general public, hopefully at the public hearing of the governing body on September 29th. So it could still come back. So this could still be approved tonight for the public hearing on the 29th and still come back to Public Works prior to that and be heard. And, you know, if anything happens, then the agenda could be amended. So just making that note.
I think you're correct, Councilor. I think the team has been working very steadfastly on a timeline to make sure these move as well, move forward, but also go to the correct committees and get public input. So I think this is keeping the process moving and maintaining our momentum while at the same time making sure there's committee oversight. Other comments or questions? If not, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Bijo Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Baca,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you for coming in front of us to answer those questions. Much appreciated. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda, please?
Yes, the next item is 11B. It's request for approval of liquor hearing officer's recommendation to approve the request from Santa Fe Wine and Spirits Incorporated for a transfer of location only of dispenser liquor license number 0156 from 1005 South St. Francis Drive, Suite 101, Santa Fe, New Mexico to Susan's Fine Wine and Spirits, 632 Agua Fria, Santa Fe, Mexico. And I'm available for this item as well as Attorney McSherry.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to have to recuse myself on this item, so I will leave the room.
Thank you, Councilor. We'll summon you back as appropriate. So this item is a request for approval of the transfer of the liquor license. Can I get a motion and then we'll debate or discuss?
Move for approval.
I heard
Second.
Councilor Cassett make the motion, and I heard Councilor Romero Worth second the motion. Attorney McSherry, do you want to provide us a little framing of this issue? Because I do think there's been a lot of, from last debate, when the request was to have another report from the hearings officer to tonight, we continue to want to frame this issue appropriately as to what is in front of us, what is not in front of us, and what the council's authority is as it pertains to the liquor license and other matters that have been raised as more land use issues or planning issues. So if you could just take a minute and introduce the framework of this, it might help provide some boundaries for the discussion.
Okay. Mayor Weber, members of the governing body, can you hear me?
Yes, but you're a little softer than usual.
Okay, let me just, my computer's been changing between microphones.
Better.
Better already?
Better already. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. I didn't even change anything yet. So just to come back to speed on what we had done last meeting and what's happening this meeting, the governing body did remand the hearing officer's report to address condition of approval that he had included in his prior report. So he has submitted an amended report, and it's the attachment that is marked amended, and he's added some additional findings, some additional clarification as to his recommendation. Specifically, he did get the updated traffic review based on the configuration that was submitted by Seasons. He did clarify that his recommendation is not contingent upon any sort of traffic review, and there are no conditions of approval recommended by the hearing officer in this updated report. And the applicant is free to take the traffic engineer review into consideration should they get their liquor license and open. So in terms of what we're deciding, we really are just looking at the transfer of the liquor license itself, which is a ordinance framework that we've created, which takes into account just the statutory provisions of what may be considered. And those include 3 different elements, which the hearing officer does speak to in his report, which I'm scrolling to. But basically, we look at whether or not the zoning is permissible. We look at whether the health, welfare, or morals of the community is impacted negatively by the transfer of the license specifically. And then we look if there's any other legal issues with the transfer. So I think the concern of various counselors that was raised was whether or not the transfer of license would be an issue with the health, welfare, or morals of the community. And so we did have discussion about traffic and things like that, which would be permissible if it was specific to the transfer of the alcohol license. I've looked more deeply at the case law since we last met, so I'm happy to answer any questions on the legal constraints of these types of matters. There's been 3 New Mexico Supreme Court cases on this issue specifically, the most recent of which was the city of Santa Fe. And the court basically looks at whether or not the reasons are related to land use issues in terms of health, safety, or morals versus the transfer of the license itself.
Mayor?
Thank you. Councilor Romero-Worth, you have the floor.
Aaron, can you speak to the role of substantial evidence as the standard of review? And it's not, so you kind of tick through the things that have to happen in order to be able to do this, but if you would take any of those things as not being met, it would be by substantial evidence, correct? And could you please explain that?
Sure, Mayor Weber, Councilor Merriworth, that's correct. Substantial has been found to be not merely opinion evidence, but based on what is called competent evidence, which needs to be either personal knowledge or expert testimony. So for example, there was a very specific example raised in one of the cases where a prior licensee had specific violations and fines brought against them because they had problems as an alcohol vendor. That type of evidence, if it were known by someone testifying in a hearing and or if evidence was brought forth regarding that would be the type of evidence that we could rely upon. Also just personal knowledge. So if someone had a specific experience with a vendor and how their operations worked and how that would inhibit the community or impact the community's health, safety, or morals, that would be the type of evidence. Once the state has found a preliminary recommendation, which has happened in this case, the burden is on the community to find that there is a problem rather than the burden being on the applicant to show that there is not a problem.
Councillor Merriworth, was there more?
And just one follow-up, and the type of, the cases speak to the type of evidence that has happened in a lot of these cases where, again, people are just expressing an opinion that they don't like alcohol establishments, and what that doesn't rise to the level of substantial evidence. Could you, and I was trying to find the words really quick.
Sure. Mayor Weber, Councilor Merworth, I think you're speaking to, so a generalized concern about alcohol and its impacts on a community are not allowed to be considered. It has to be specific to the particular vendor. Once a community has decided that alcohol sales are permitted in their community and permitted in that particular area pursuant to zoning rules and land use rules, then the concerns have to be specific to a particular vendor who's seeking the transfer of the license rather than the location and rather than alcohol generally.
Thank you. That is what I was looking for. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we have Councillor Vihil Coppler followed by Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, and you may have covered it, Ms. McSherry, about what finally happened with the conditions of approval by the hearing officer, where he said applicants shall seek the traffic engineering division director's review of the relocated access. We talked about that last time we discussed this. Maybe it was in committee, I don't remember, but was there ever a follow-up that the hearing officer provided? And where is that? Because I'm having a hard time finding it.
Mayor Weber, Councilor, yes, there is an updated memo labeled amended, and Clerk Mahelsik, which is it, the second one? I think I just opened it. Second attachment.
Yes, it is the second attachment, the supplemental form alternate access review. Susan's finding. So that has the updated review, updated report from Public Works, as well as the updated memo from the hearing officer.
So is this the form, the where you have to scroll all the way? Okay, wait a minute.
So, Mayor Weber, Councilor, I think the first findings of fact conclusion of law is the amended version. It says AMD. I think that's abbreviation for amended. So the first link is the amended memo, and then the second link is the updated traffic engineering review, which was taken into account in the updated memo.
Okay, so it's not the second one called supplemental form alternative access. It's not that one.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihil Coppler, that I believe, and I'm opening that one now, is the updated traffic engineer review.
Yes, Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihil Coppler, it's both. So the first link is the updated, it says amended findings of fact and conclusion of law. So that's the updated report from our hearing officer, Chris Grazier. And then the second link is the new liquor license application supplemental information form and review. And you'll see at the end of that, because the form is filled out by the applicant. So the first few pages are empty because the applicant had already filled out the form. And then if you go down to for city use only, and the attached memo and images are included at that point.
Okay, so the amended findings of fact, where is that update?
It's the first link, Councilor.
Right. Is it page 8 of that document?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihil Coppler, there are changes to the memo throughout the memo. One that I would want to highlight right away, that we weren't able to read the hearing officer's mind last time, but he does indicate some reasons. He does explain himself to some degree in that first paragraph, in the first full large paragraph of the first page. The last sentence says the recommended condition was not intended to indicate that traffic impacts other than those specifically attributable to the liquor license are relevant to review of the application.
So are you on page 1 of that attachment?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihel Coppler, yes. I'm on page 1 of the first link, the amended recommended findings of fact and conclusions of law. So he does explain that his intent of the condition of approval was not to suggest that traffic was supposed to be considered unless it was directly attributable to the liquor license itself.
Okay, so he's kind of changing his, or explaining his note of what he had in the actual approval or recommended approval of the liquor license change. So, you know, I have to say that I did find some of the recommendations that came through about making it a one-way, you know, egress and ingress to be one way, would really, I think, solve a lot of problems. I know that's not what we're here to discuss, but what I do want to ask is if there is some kind of traffic consequence there, because we haven't imposed any kind of traffic rule on this, and because we haven't either considered a one-way in and out, in one way, out another way. And if there's some kind of traffic mishap, which could be anything, what kind of liability does the city have on this?
City attorney, is there liability involved with proving this transfer of a liquor license?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihel Coppler, it would be no different than where we are currently with a business that doesn't have a liquor license and the traffic that could be caused there as well. So if there were traffic engineers in general, or sorry, traffic concerns in general in the city, we can certainly look at policy changes to address those citywide. But they aren't in front of us today.
Okay. Well, I agree, they're not in front of us, but I think we should be aware of it because there's a lot of information that points to traffic issues, and some of them could be solved. So it would be ideal if a traffic engineer on staff or somebody acting as such could just put this on the radar for future analysis. I think I would feel comfortable with that because it appears most people are going to vote for this, which I think is, you know, a good business. It makes good business sense for the applicant. But because we can't analyze traffic conditions and we can't take into consideration public comment about traffic conditions, then I think that as a city, we should have a responsibility to just keep an eye out for this and have it on the radar in some way, because we don't want to cause or create other problems for the city on our streets and roadways. So that is all.
Thank you, Councillor. We have a hand up from Councilwoman Villarreal, followed by Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Attorney McSherry, can you explain again how, not again, but elaborate about the traffic study that was done, the traffic review that was done recently. And we gave an explanation about how they recommend safer traffic patterns. What about the road condition? I know that's not part of the liquor license, but I'm just curious, what will happen so that there's an actual process? Because looking at the picture that was in the traffic review, there has to be some access improvements on that small road, that the entryway of Agua Fria. And I'm just wondering if you could share, probably because there's also people listening from the public, is there anything that they should know that that actually is going to be required as a next step for another department, land use or other.
Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal, I think this has it's been sent to the applicant, so they're aware of the traffic division's concerns. I can't bring more evidence into the record about what that conversation was about, unfortunately. But I think we all saw that the applicant was very flexible during the hearing to try to meet concerns. There's no reason to think they wouldn't be in the future. So certainly it's been highlighted to them. It was a review. The engineering division did find that the proposed changes were not ideal, and they recommended an alternative, which was, I believe, the one-way through two different roads, not using the same road. So, but that isn't part of the liquor license specifically, and it would be an issue regardless what type of a business is there. So we can't, unless there's a reason the governing body finds that this issue is unique to the liquor license specifically, we could consider that. But barring that, then we wouldn't be able to consider that in our decision.
Okay. And I mean, there's other stuff that were like what I wanted answers to, but because it wasn't in the record, it didn't happen at the public hearing, we can't ask about it. And it was really about, to me, I was thinking about large truck deliveries. Have they figured out that flow? Where are they going to park? All of that stuff was my questioning that I can't ask. And, you know, I read through some of the comments too, and, you know, I don't agree with the narrative that there'll be increased crime or assumptions about liquor stores causing excessive drinking or increased vagrancy or loitering. But the one piece that I gathered from the new or the amended findings of fact was number 17 on page 7. It says, the liquor license application, there is no competent evidence in the record supporting a differential impact in traffic conditions between operation of a business with a license and one without. And the reason why I don't agree with that is because this is a different type of business. It's different than a retail store like the Ark, or, you know, what it used to be, a museum, or even a gallery that's nearby. So I actually think that there is a differential impact because there's actually different types of patron turnover when you have a liquor store. And existing businesses in the area do not have the same kind of patron turnover a liquor store would have. And so I see that as different. And so to me, that raised a red flag for me as it relates to safety. And so I'm still, the ingress egress limitations in this area and access issues are still on the top of my mind. But I think with respect to that differential impact in traffic conditions, I didn't agree. And I wish there was a way, I mean, I think anecdotally you could say that, but there is probably evidence when you look at how traffic flow occurs in different types of businesses. It's just that can't be entered into the record at this point. So I'm frustrated with this. And it's not for lack of supporting Susan's business and the liquor store and the license. It's just hard for me to try to connect that one piece with this type of business. So I'll stop there. I feel like a lot of my questions, like why did they start moving into the business space before this liquor license was approved? And maybe there's a reason for it, but I don't know what that is. I think it's done in poor taste, and it actually creates distrust with neighbors. So these are all things that I wish I could ask. I'm just frustrated because these are things I think are important with how you build community with new businesses. And I think just overall the differential impact in traffic conditions piece is where is giving me pause. So I guess that's all I really have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just before I get into my questions, I guess quick housekeeping item in regards to my colleague's recusal. I think in order of transparency, we should have our colleague express why they recuse themselves. I've been doing so every time I recuse myself, and I think it's the right thing to do. I think my colleague Councilwoman Villarreal really is onto something in regards to the patron turnover is directly tied to the type of license we're having. And I know last meeting we talked about it if this was any other business. We do have to take into consideration the time that patrons spend at a business. More times than not, a consumer is in an establishment like this for 10, 15 minutes at most. You usually know what you're going in for and you come right out. There are going to be those kind of offbeat instances where, there might be, I don't know if this is going to happen, but tastings, that type of stuff. But I think that is an issue we do need to consider, given it is tied to the direct license. And it is expressed by our public works team, the concern of the traffic. I think it's created this complicated jumbled mess that due to our current ordinances, the process is flawed. And I think this case clearly demonstrates that. So if we can't consider, I believe we can consider patronage and how that affects traffic due to the type of license. But that aside, if we can't address that, how do we as a governing body address the clear concerns that are exhibited in the supplemental form? And it's due to unacceptable traffic impacts. It is recommended that access and egress from the business be configured with an entrance only from Agua Fria Street and an exit only onto Romero Street. So how do we as a governing body address that concern? Because I think that is a very valid concern. And if this agenda item is not the appropriate avenue, how do we ensure we are addressing public safety? So I guess that's a question for the city attorney. How do we address that matter of the recommendation put forth by city staff?
City attorney?
I'm on mute. Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, just to clarify on the traffic, you certainly could look at that if there was something in the record that was competent testimony or other types of evidence that supported the differential type of traffic impact based on the alcohol license. So if there's something there, that would be the type of thing that we would want to identify if we were going to make a decision based on that. So I don't know if that's there or not. So that would be the type of thing we would need to identify. In terms of other traffic issues, I think, having a policy discussion with other staff as to what policy implementations we could put in general on our streets would be a good conversation to have going forward.
So back to the first point you made, you said other testimony. Isn't the Public Works Director's testimony enough? What other evidence do we need besides our city staff saying that there is evidence that it would create unacceptable impacts?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, the review wasn't based on the license. It's just based on the location of the parking lot and the street. So this issue would be there regardless of whether it's an alcohol serving location or alcohol selling location. They did not say that this was an issue because of the license. And then the hearing officer said in his conditions of approval on page 8, it should be noted that no condition of approval related to ingress or egress is imposed, and therefore the applicant would be allowed to provide access complying with the Public Works Department's recommendations. So nothing we would do tonight would cause the issues that were cited to actually happen.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And I guess a follow-up to that question is, let's put it in another context of another business. That's liquor license aside. Would this type of business license be approved knowing that there has been this clear recommendation from city staff saying this business will have unacceptable traffic impacts. Would that, and I don't know if this is the economic development team, whomever approves business licenses, would this be a justification or reason for not allowing a business license to move forward?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, this type of review would not occur in that circumstance and would not have a basis for denying a business license. However, if you wanted to create some sort of new traffic verification for businesses, that would be a policy change that you could look at legislatively.
Okay. I think it's just, again, I think we have a very, very flawed process right now in front of us. And to, in my opinion, have clear-cut evidence that we could make the situation better, and not having an opportunity to speak from a representative from Susan's to say, hey, can you do this to move forward on the recommendation that city staff has made, and also to in some instances be a good neighbor to ensure that there's traffic safety in the community. And I think that, to Councilwoman Villarreal's point, this is frustrating. I think it's not that I don't support the business. I think our process is very, very much flawed, and we need to fix this pronto. This process, we should not have a case like this in front of us again. We should be able to hear it in a typical public hearing process, not a quasi judicial. With that, no other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think, some of the pieces that I wanted to discuss were brought up by Councilor Garcia in the sense of that understanding, again, and I spoke to it last time we saw this, of if this were any other type of business that might still have a similar traffic flow, that we never would have had this conversation. And I think it's a really interesting conversation to have about the process. And I am curious, how frequently does a challenge like this come up? And I guess, is this a liquor license process question, or are these policy questions that we need to be looking at in land use and streets? And I think that that's a very different consideration for us right now. I'm not sure who would be the person to answer that question.
City Attorney.
I'll say something, and I don't know if City Clerk Mihalsik wants to jump in. Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, in terms of how often does this type of thing happen at the city, we haven't had particularly controversial liquor transfer cases or new liquor license cases since we changed to a hearing officer system that I've seen. And one of the reasons that my understanding is that we changed to a hearing officer system was that the public hearings in front of the governing body generally didn't have much public comment. And so I think the governing body felt comfortable delegating that role of holding the hearing to a hearing officer. So that has happened in the last 3 years. It happened relatively, I think, in the first year I was here, but it was something that was being pursued pretty quickly, and even before I started, because of the interest in not having those public hearings during governing body meetings. So we haven't had a lot of controversy about these. I guess that would be one thing. And then Christine actually sees all the hearings, so she might want to add to that. But on a secondary level, I think in the 90s, there was a bunch of litigation about these types of cases, which is why all 3 of those Supreme Court cases were within like 3 years. And I think after that, the law was very clearly established, and there's probably been less litigation about it because it's been so straightforward. There were 3 very short cases where the Supreme Court was pretty clear in their opinions. And then after that, probably the alcohol division knows what their role is. A lot of the local governments know what their role is. And so challenges don't go very far, it looks like. There's been no further litigation that's made it to an appellate court since the mid-90s. So it seems like it's been a pretty well-decided issue. So that's the part I have. But Christine might want to offer what she's experienced in the hearings themselves now that they've been in front of a hearing officer rather than the governing body.
Sure, Attorney McSherry. Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett. It's true, we have hearings on a regular basis. They are open to the public. They're held on Zoom. They're available on YouTube, and they aren't usually To be quite honest, they last about 10 minutes at most. In fact, we've had some that are done within 5 minutes. So they're traditionally very fast cases. This is probably the most controversial one that our staff has seen since we've transferred to the hearing officer approach. And often these are on governing body, they're always on governing body under consent. So this is really the first one that's ever been pulled from consent for discussion. And then this is really the first case that's had this level of participation and discussion.
Thank you very much, City Attorney and Madam Clerk. I think that that's something for us to think about as we're looking at where are some of the policy pieces that we need to be looking at. As I'm curious if it's this process, and it sounds like 99% of the time this process seems to be working pretty well, but also potentially looking at some of our questions around land use and streets. We've talked about, general plan updates. I don't know how many times in the last 2 years, but this seems like another place for that. Christine, did you have something to add to that?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassidy, I did just want to note that the supplemental form or any questions that council would like maybe to be included with that, we can absolutely look at that form and make recommendations if there's information that any of the governing body members feel would be more useful to have, or if there's anything in the process specific to the hearing with the hearing officer that we would like to have addressed. Again, I think that this case has actually been a great opportunity for us to look at those types of reviews. So the form is always included in the packet. Again, it's filled out by the applicant, but would be happy to discuss any recommendations or suggestions for additional questions or different types of information with that.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I guess my concern would be kind of to some of the case law that we've been seeing is that if we ask questions that are not necessarily relevant to the decision and rather needs to be addressed through another area of city policy, that I wouldn't want us to spend a bunch of time looking at this and then it doesn't really change the outcome of the process. But I do really appreciate that. And I think that probably is something for us to make sure that as we are taking an in-depth look at this, that would be important. So thank you, I appreciate it. I'm so sorry, I had just lost my train of thought and I will find it again in a moment. Oh, I would like to say that I think, when we kind of look at what's in the record and what some of the evidence we have that we can really be looking at. As the city attorney mentioned, the applicant, I think we do have evidence that the applicant is willing to really work with the neighborhood in terms of the whole reason that we're having this discussion is that they agreed to change the ingress and egress in the first place, which then prompted this additional traffic impact analysis. And so I know that we can't necessarily, it sounds like at this point, we can't make a requirement there is my understanding, but it does look like that evidence is there within the previous record. And I just want to confirm that this location, that there was no request for a variance. This was zoned correctly. It's in the CBD, which does allow alcohol licenses. We're not in an overlay where there's a certain distance between alcohol sales, and we are not within 300 feet of any of the places that you can't serve alcohol or sell alcohol within 300 feet. Am I correct? Okay, thank you. And my reason for wanting to point that out is the understanding of, why did the applicant go ahead and sign this lease? And to be quite frank, if I were looking at this from a legal standpoint, I would see no problem with the license and any reason to feel that they would have a reason to be denied. And so I think that's important. I don't feel like it was disingenuous of them. I feel that when they're looking at our city codes and when they're looking at the regulations and the laws, it'd be a pretty safe notion that the alcohol license should be provided and approved of in this location.
Madam Clerk, did you have your hand up?
I did, Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassidy. I did just want to note that signing the lease is part of the application process. with the state. I mentioned that previously, but I also know that Councilwoman Villarreal noted that during her comments, so I thought it would be a good clarification that they do have to have a signed lease agreement in order to apply for the liquor transfer. So that's kind of why that process was done that way. So I hope that was a appropriate clarification, but.
Yes, thank you. Actually, that's very helpful. And that's a state requirement, correct? Not a city. Wonderful. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you so much. I don't believe I have any further comments to really add to this evening, aside from what I had already waxed poetic about last week. So I don't need to repeat myself. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Vihil Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have three things. One, I would like to know why Counselor Lindell recused. What is the conflict?
Mayor Weber, councilors, in this case, I don't think it was a conflict, but more of a perception of ability to be fair and unbiased. So
Okay,
similar to a prior situation where we've had other folks recuse where there's not an actual conflict. When you're serving in your judicial roles, it doesn't have to be an actual conflict under the ethics code. It could be an appearance of ability to be fair and impartial.
Okay, I know we've talked about this before about stating reasons for excusing oneself. And my recollection is that the recommendation, or I don't know if anything was quoted, it's hard to remember, was that it is in the best interest to state the reason. So I think that's important for the future. We've talked about it before. So that's the reason I asked. I think it's important for public transparency as well. So for example, I mean, I could sit here and talk, ask all my questions and listen to y'all's, and then I could just say, oh, by the way, I'm leaving the meeting without a reason. That didn't happen tonight, but it's pretty much the same thing, not giving a reason. So I just want to point that out. I think it's important to disclose. The other question I have is about the business license. I know that was brought up earlier by my colleague, but I do know, having gone through business license renewals and applications, that there is a traffic analysis, the impact on what your business will have. And I do also know that you must apply or reapply or do some kind of action when you move locations. And I haven't seen that to be different. There's still questions that have to be asked, and some of them are related to traffic. I've had to do that myself. So I'm wondering, I don't see anything here in any of this that the applicant has applied for a business license for this new location. I'm not sure you can transfer a business license under our rules. But I do know, because I've had other people who have changed addresses and into a whole new neighborhood, and they've had to comply with the requirements of the business license, which does include traffic analysis. Maybe not at the full spectrum that is required, like in Public Works when you're going through a whole subdivision kind of thing, but it does require some kind of review, and I don't see anything about that here in this documentation. So is there a business license change? Does anybody know?
I certainly don't know. I apparently it's not included in the hearing over the liquor license transfer. City Attorney?
Mayor Weber, councilors, whatever is required for business license transfer will be required of this business, but it's not part of what we're supposed to consider in this particular matter.
Okay, well, that's just another thing for the radar, is that I know that there is some kind of analysis when you apply for a business license to take a look at that, especially when it's nearby a neighborhood. So I would take a look at that, and maybe that's somewhere where there could be some negotiation about some of the recommendations that were made tonight. Related to that, in the findings of fact on page, what page is it? 8, the very first item, I find there's not substantial evidence in the record supporting the position that the proposed transfer will create unacceptable traffic impacts. He said there's not substantial evidence, but was there any traffic? You have to refresh my mind because I just don't, it's, you read this and every time you find something new or you don't find something that you thought you knew. So is number 7 on the previous page, page 7, number 7? Public Works Department has opined that this application would result in unacceptable traffic impacts. The Public Works Department review did not relate the unacceptable traffic impacts to the liquor license. So was there a Public Works study or not? So what are items 7 and 8 talking about? Because I don't see anything else. And I could be missing it, but I don't see anything else here from Public Works in the attachments, or maybe there is.
Madam City Clerk, can you refresh what the traffic assessment that was done and how it was done and who did it and perhaps where to find it in the packet?
Yes, I will give a quick summary and Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, I'll give a quick summary and then let me know if you want additional information. So,
well, are you, before you start, are you referring to an attachment?
Yes, there would
Okay,
be
what
2.
attachment?
Okay, so I think this is part of the clarification. As far as attachments go, there's the initial attachment and then the supplemental form for alternative access. That is essentially what is reviewed. So why don't I give you a quick clarification and then we can talk about attachments if that would be beneficial.
Okay.
What the city clerk's office asks applicants to fill out is a supplemental form. That supplemental form has a variety of questions on it, including 2 questions that are related to traffic. So the questions range from the name of the applicant, the type of liquor license request, if it's an existing business, and so forth. Then there are questions that go into anticipated business volume due to the sale of liquor, and so forth. These questions are filled out by the applicant, and then there is a review that is done that says, based upon a visual survey that has been completed, staff have found the following, and they can check 2 boxes. It does not appear that any substantial evidence exists, or there is. It appears that there's substantial evidence. So in this case, that supplemental form was provided by the applicant and reviewed by Javier Rosado, who at the time was in the position in Public Works that did this review. Now, as was mentioned by Councilor, I believe, Cassett, during the public hearing, to be a good neighbor, the applicant did offer an alternative traffic flow because they were fielding concerns from their neighbors. So what was included in the finding of fact that the governing body reviewed was the recommendation from our hearing officer, Chris Grazier. In that is where he included a review of the new access. So what Public Works staff did was review the access slides that had been provided during the public hearing presentation, and then refilled out the city use section again, and included the additional memo, which is, as we've mentioned, the supplemental form alternative access review for Susan's Fine Wine, which is the second item to download. I hope that was a quick timeline.
Yes, and I did find on on that second attachment, if you go to, let's see, what am I on? Well, you go to something submitted by Public Works Director on 9/1. That little form for city use does say it appears substantial evidence does exist that would create unacceptable traffic impacts. Additional notes, due to unacceptable traffic impacts, it's recommended that access and egress from the business be configured with an entrance only from Agua Fria Street and exit onto Romero Street. Then you go to the next page, and it does say Public Works finds that there are limited sight distances coming out of Agua Fria driveway, which could cause unsafe movements onto Agua Fria, with vehicles also entering on the same one-way driveway. If there are conflicting movements, would cause someone entering the site to have to wait until the existing vehicle turns on Agua Fria before they can turn into the access point. Public Works Engineering recommends that safer traffic patterns on adjacent streets would result from a one-way entrance from Agua Fria and a one-way exit to Romero Street. So our own Public Works Department does have testimony in this record that the way it is now is unsafe. And they have a clear recommendation about ingress and egress being a one-way, enter this way, exit that way. So I don't know how in good conscience we could just say, oh, we're just going to ignore this because we can't do this, but we are the deciding factor. And it seems to me the hearing officer is only a recommendation and we have approval authority. So I would propose that we take heed to the Public Works very pointed comments here, which are it's unsafe the way it's proposed. Why can't, and they recommend entering on Agua Fria and exiting on Romero. What would be wrong with amending, well, not amending, just approving it with that caveat or condition? And then we don't have something dangling out here that when there, and if there is an accident, here we have the evidence that doesn't support the city's defense.
Maybe the city attorney can respond to your specific question about adding that as a stipulation, a requirement. City attorney.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I did want to follow up to a comment that was made earlier. Anyone here and anyone listening and anyone on this deciding group can talk to Susan's Liquors after this hearing. You certainly can make any recommendations or talk to them about traffic. So that's not prohibited. So that's certainly something you can do. And so the hearing officer recognized that Susan's Liquors can absolutely do that, the recommended path that Public Works made. And we do know that Susan's Liquors in the record has been very flexible in terms of what their traffic flow is. So we know all those things. But the only decision that we're authorized to make tonight, or that the governing body is authorized to make tonight, is whether or not to transfer the liquor license. So that would be the only thing that would have effect tonight. Any other decisions would have to be through a different process.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I think you've been telling us that all night. I agree. I know what you're saying. However, I would like to know if the applicant is on Zoom or someone who represents her that could give us any indication whether this kind of proposal would be acceptable or amenable. Would she be amenable to that? I don't think it's out of line to ask questions of the applicant.
City attorney.
Mayor Weber, councilors, the public hearing is closed, so we cannot accept any additional evidence. Any decisions have to be based on the record. That is how the ordinance is set up.
Okay. Well, I'm sure there's someone here listening to what we're saying, and I think I'm assuming Jennifer Jenkins is her advocate here somewhere. And so I know she's probably listening, and I guess I would say that it's important to address these traffic issues, because not only would the city be liable should something happen, perhaps that business would also be. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it's fair to say that there's a great deal of frustration on all parts because this is a liquor license transfer as opposed to a land use or zoning or, a new business building being constructed. And so what you're right, Councilor Vihel-Coppers, the city attorney has been saying the same thing all night long, which is the criteria in front of us are very narrow and they are very circumscribed by law and case law. And while we may be chafing at trying to come up with remedies to concerns that have been raised about traffic safety or traffic patterns, that's really a different policy choice than the one that is very narrowly described by the transfer of a liquor license. And so we chafe at the restrictions, but those are the restrictions in this case. It is, as we've heard, a somewhat unusual or unique case in that it involves this boundary, this border line of a zoning area where there's both residential and commercial, closely connected, closely aligned. And so that adds to the friction and it adds to the dissatisfaction of having a limited purview, a limited set of factors or criteria that we're supposed to be evaluating when it comes solely and strictly to the transfer of the liquor license and with what is considered to be the kind of testimony that is relevant to that transfer. So it's a very frustrating part of the liquor license consideration because it doesn't, in effect, go over into broader policy questions by its very definition. Councillor Meriworth and then Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate what you just said because I do think that we have to understand that the arena that we're playing in is one dictated by state law about when and where you can transfer a liquor license. It's also dictated, as we've said throughout the night, by 3 Supreme Court cases. And one of those was one or two, I'll go to the city attorney. One was definitely involving the city of Santa Fe and actually this same street, correct?
I remember Councilor Meriworth, that's correct, yes.
Yeah, so it's pretty instructive and it's pretty constraining. And I guess the thing is that if this were a bakery that moved in there, which to go back to our conversation from the previous meeting, and I believe, I can't remember if it was Councilor Cassidy or the mayor who brought this up. I think I was thinking about a butcher and somebody else brought up a better example, a bakery. And if a bakery had moved in there, we wouldn't be here, right? And there would be the same issues with big trucks, ingress and egress. But we wouldn't be here making this decision. Am I correct about that? City Attorney McSherry?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Meriworth, that's accurate. This hearing would not be happening.
Right. And so it's because we're in the context of transferring a liquor license. And this city has actually, been overruled by the state liquor authorities and by the Supreme Court in facts that are very similar to what's happening here. So, we could tonight deny this liquor license transfer, but based on the law, we're going to get reversed. It's pretty clear. And I encourage, the public to read the packets that we're looking at in PrimeGov. And, I want to just go back and mostly to help people understand why we're in this sort of predicament. And I think, and before I do that, I just want to say that, you know, what's tricky about this is that we are in, as somebody said, the central business district, where these kinds of establishments are allowed. We, by zoning, have said, yes, these are the kinds of things that can happen in this space. And then we bump it up against somewhere there has to be the boundary, and that boundary often bumps up against residential areas. And that's what's further complicating this issue, is that we're bumping up, I think, as the mayor said, into a residential area. And so, and it doesn't matter, like if we went back and visited the zoning and drew the line somewhere else, we're still, at some point, you bump up to the residential area and you cause some of these issues. And so this is really tough stuff. Under state law, the city may disapprove the issuance or transfer of a license under three conditions. Under three, well, not conditions. There are three ways we could say no. If the proposed location is within an area where the sale of alcoholic beverages is prohibited by the laws of New Mexico. We can't deny this liquor license transfer based on that. It's in a place where alcoholic beverages are allowed. The second reason we could deny this is the issuance of the transfer would be in violation of zoning or other ordinance of the governing body. This doesn't violate the ordinance of the governing body, and it doesn't violate our zoning. We are in the central business district where we have said these kinds of businesses can be. And the third place, and this is where it gets sticky, is the issue or transfer would be detrimental to the public health, safety, or morals of the residents of the local option district. And now that's where we turn to the case law and where we turn to the facts that are in front of us. I mean, we have a business that is locating in our central business district, and our traffic assessment says that there will be impacts, as Councilor Vigil-Koppler has pointed out in the materials. But it's not because of the liquor license transfer. It's, you know, you could be a bakery and you'd still have those things. And so the case law says that unless it's the liquor license that's causing those things, you can't deny it. Am I understanding that correctly, City Attorney McSherry?
Mayor Councilor, you're stating it very well.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm not making any errors here. So this is the quandary that we're in. And again, you know, I think it's hard when you have the neighborhood saying there's going to be traffic impacts, and we hear you. And so I think that's also why many councilors have said, hey, we hope this business will look at this and do the best they can to try to address those concerns. Unfortunately, in this hearing, in this process, in this moment, we are very limited, in fact, almost prohibited from being able to address those particular things. And that is very frustrating when you are elected representatives of this community. And so, again, I want to encourage the public to look at these Supreme Court decisions that are right on point. I think the hearing examiner in his legal analysis walks us through number by number, step by step, why these Supreme Court cases are exactly on point and why they give us very little room to do anything but approve the transfer of this license. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I have two more hands up, one from Counselor Cassett, one from Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councilor Maraworth really spells it out very clearly about where our basically where our jurisdiction is, what ability we have here. But I do want to, even though it's a little bit of a moot point, but really for the discussion of the public, remind us why we're here discussing Agua Fria. Because initially there was this statement that there would not be a negative traffic impact from our Public Works Department. And that was because we were looking at a different street. We were looking at, it's Romero, correct? Yes. So they were looking at just entrance and exit on Romero. The business changed it to Agua Fria at the request of the neighborhood. And then from Agua Fria, that is where we are seeing the negative traffic impact. And the negative traffic impact does not have to do with the number of cars that they see coming through, but rather it is the access point on Agua Fria that is causing the problem. And I think that that's a really important piece as we're thinking about that. The initial proposal for the ingress and egress on Romero, our same Public Works Department, given different member of the Public Works Department, but still, you know, city staff did state that there would not be a negative traffic impact there. And really what we're seeing the negative traffic impact come is when we asked for a traffic impact analysis, because there was this proposal to change the ingress and egress to Agua Fria. Which sounds like that wouldn't work. So I'm very glad that we remanded it back and asked for that traffic impact analysis, because it looks like that's not a solution to be changing it to Agua Fria. But from what was presented to us at the last meeting, from what was presented from the initial hearing, is that the original proposal of ingress and egress on Romero, according to the Public Works Department, would not cause a negative traffic impact, or this proposal of one way in on Agua Fria and then an out on Romero. City Clerk, I believe you might be the individual to answer this, or perhaps City Attorney McSherry. Am I interpreting these different recommendations correctly? Am I getting the series of events correct?
Mayor Weber, Councilor, I believe so. I've not pulled up the old review, but there was a previous review that said no impact. But it was assuming different things. That is accurate. There were new assumptions, new review, found impact, but suggested a third option. Yes, that also was recommended. True.
Okay, thank you. I really do appreciate that. And I think that that's been lost in our conversation, that it's not that Public Works suddenly changed their mind. And the first time they said no traffic impact analysis, and then looked at the exact same traffic pattern and decided that there was going to be a negative traffic impact, but rather this was a new pattern of traffic that they decided would have a negative impact on the neighborhood. And again, it does not have to do with volume of cars. It really has to do with that entrance on Agua Fria and whether it would be able to fit two-way traffic at a single time. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess I'm just trying to seek some clarification because earlier I had asked, was a traffic study needed for a business license, and city staff said no. But then my colleague, Councilwoman Vihil Coppler, mentioned that it is. So is it or is it not part of a business license, a requirement that a traffic study be reviewed upon approval of a business license?
Do we have anybody on the call who could answer that question? I don't see Mr. Brown on us with us at the moment. We may have to get back to you on that, Councilor.
And Mayor Weber, Councilor, so this particular review would absolutely not be required. I don't know what review exactly is required.
So I guess because I think that's leads me to another predicament, in the sense that if a traffic study is reviewed for any business license throughout the city, liquor or not, has this new information been presented in relevance to the application for this business? I find it concerning that a license wouldn't kind of be re-reviewed or taken back into consideration, given the recommendations and concerns provided by our Public Works Department, where it was initially approved, and now they're kind of taking it back. And I guess it's not relevant to the liquor license transfer, but I think that's something that I don't want to, for us as a city to miss in that sense. I want to make sure that we're.
Mr. Brown has joined us, Counselor. If you want to, maybe he could answer your question.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Brown, question. I don't know if you were listening to the proceedings, but Counselor Garcia, without particular regard to this liquor license question, but as a general matter of information and clarification, if somebody applies for a business license, do we typically require or conduct a traffic assessment of the location at which the license will conduct business?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. It is not required in the compliance phase for any business. Some businesses, yes, but it's not a normal requirement in compliance to do a traffic study of a business. I can get more information tomorrow from the permitting department and the compliance department, but right now, to my knowledge, there is no specific traffic study that would allow to have a business license.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Brown. And I think that it'd be great just to have that information for the public's general knowledge in the sense, you know, whether it be this business or any other, how the public then might understand traffic impacts, potential approvals or not approval of business licenses, and that whole process works. I think I know that it's come up, not in this instance for this particular matter, but in the past where, you know, when we look at potential, you know, home-based businesses and how that impacts neighborhoods. So I think, yeah, I definitely would appreciate any follow-up information that you could provide, Mr. Brown. I really appreciate that.
Sure.
With that, no other questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any further comments or questions? We have a motion in front of us. We've heard a great deal of discussion, both about the narrow confines, the constrictions under which we operate with this liquor license transfer, and also the general discussion, which I think demonstrates the extent to which we're all chafing at the frustration that is accorded around the policy issues versus the very, very narrow legal issue that's in front of us. And I think the council has done a very good job of laying out those concerns at the same time that we understand what the liquor license discussion really constrains us to focus on. If there are no other discussion or questions, could the clerk call the roll on the motion, please?
Yes, Councillor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
No.
Councillor Baca,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor Romero Ward,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the thorough discussion. It's very, very well thought through. And if somebody, Madam Clerk, could you let Councilor Lindell know that the matter has been voted on and she should return to the meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. And also, we should move on to the next item on the agenda, please.
The next item on the agenda is ratification of the city manager's approval of airport coronavirus response grant program concessions relief addendum award. It's number 3-35-006-056-2021 in the amount of $30,578 and approval of the bar to budget grant funds into the airport fiscal year 2022 operating budget, federal grant revenue, org and object number 5456050, 490550. And Mark Baca, our airport manager, is available for this item if necessary.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve it from Counselor Merriworth and a second from Counselor Abeta. Counselor Vieira, Councilwoman Villarreal, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is important funding. I just had a quick question. Manager Baca, if you could just answer just a couple things I was concerned about. So what's the current concession service access right now?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, great question. So right now, this 30,000 is an amendment for the concessions, just kind of helping out our partners. We're looking at $75,000 total to where we could be able to help our lessees that are out there at the airport at this time. So this basically, this grant here is an amendment. We're looking at further direction from the FAA in order to get these businesses to apply for, and then we can help our partners that have actually been paying their concession fees and their rent throughout the pandemic.
So they've been paying the fees and rent, but they haven't provided concession services, correct?
No, ma'am. So let me clarify. So they have been providing their concession fees that we require. So this money here is just kind of, it's help for them, from the federal government. So we're going to filter it through them since they have been good partners and paying their concession fees throughout the pandemic. This is just kind of relief for some of the partners that we have out here at the airport.
Okay, so but the fact is they haven't, because they were closed down. They weren't providing concession services because they couldn't. But what is, now that the airport is open, are they providing concession service now?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, yes, ma'am, they are. We've exceeded our expectations as far as opening up for the, now that travel is back up and running, we're starting to see more and more of the revenue that we had prior to the pandemic back in, February of 2020. So we're getting back up to that level.
So are they limited in their concession service? I'm asking.
No, ma'am. Yeah, no, ma'am. So it's based on basically their revenues throughout. So if they make $10, they pay concession on the $10. So they've been paying that concession on the $10 even though they haven't been making them. So this revenue that we're getting from the federal government is to just kind of pay them back for them continuing to abide to their contractual agreements with us. So for instance, if they've paid us $150, just round numbers, $150, we're able to now with the federal government pay back to these disadvantaged businesses that $150 just to get them more stable and keep them in business. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I understand where the funding source and how it will support, but I guess what I'm getting at is from my understanding from a constituent that there weren't any concession services being offered, and there were some delayed flights, and there were people that had no ability to get any kind of sustenance, as in like a snack, even bottled water. Nobody could find any access to that. So I was trying to understand what they were talking about, because I thought the concession stand was running and they were open, but then not to have any vending machines or any other waters or beverages to provide for people at the airport waiting for their flights. It worried me. So I guess I was asking you, wanting to make sure that we have an ability to have some access to at least water or snacks if the vending, if the concession stand isn't open. Can you give us an idea about that, clarity?
Yeah, so herein lies the confusion, and this is the problem with airports. And forgive me, but so what we consider concession fees are actually fees put on like rental cars, on tickets, for airline tickets, those are what we consider concession fees. What you're speaking about is the actual restaurant being open. So they did have limited hours during those times. Our vending machines couldn't keep up with the demand. So, once we get into the secure area, we have, with the TSA regulations, we weren't able to provide the services that what you're speaking of, having food and having water behind there. So we've since been working on that. I've spoken with a few vending companies trying to get more machines back into the secure area. That way we can take care of that problem, because we realize it is a problem. And, especially with the upcoming construction, we're going to see more of it. So we're trying to get ahead of it. And we do hear our constituents and all the folks that are calling my office, and we're trying to address that issue. This money here is mostly just to get, all of our folks that have been paying rent and all of their fees that are required. This is just kind of to help them subsidize them, if that helps.
Yeah, it does. I'm sorry, I was confused about what concessions, the actual term actually means and how it's applied. So thank you for that clarity, and also thank you for the update on the actual food and vending concessions situation. And I hope we can resolve that soon. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on this? Thank you, Mark, for making it clear when we say concessions, it doesn't actually mean food and beverages. I think that's a easy confusion to make. It's about a different kind of a fee arrangement that we have with those other organizations. Anybody else on this particular item, now that we've had a little clarification from Mr. Baca? If not, could the clerk call the roll on this motion, please?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Casa,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you read us the next item on the agenda, please?
Yes. The next item is item D. It's ratification of the city manager's approval of airport rescue grant award number 3-35-037-057-2021 in the amount of $2,226,110 and approval of the BAR to budget grant funds into the airport fiscal year 2022 operating budget. Federal grant revenue, Oregon object number 5456050-490-550. And Mark Baca, our airport manager, is still available for this item.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Councilor Romero Worth moved to approve, and the second was from, no?
I didn't move.
Okay.
I think it was Councilor Vihel Coppler.
Councilor Vihel Coppler moved to approve it, and there was a second from Councilor Cassett. Apologies that sometimes it's too quick. Are there questions for Mr. Baca on this item? Seeing no hands, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yeah.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes. The next item is item E, request for approval of an agreement with Janes Corporation for the construction of the Southside Teen Center in the total amount of $9,267,014.53, including NMGRT. Sam Burnett, our Facilities Division Director, is available for this item.
Thank you. Can I get a motion for this item?
Move to approve.
I heard
Second.
Counselor, oh, I heard Counselor Garcia and I make the motion. I heard Counselor Lindell second it, but you guys are too quick for me. There's a motion and we have hands up to talk about it. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. I understand the increase in construction fees and the difference. So was it said that we would be utilizing city general funds. So what's the difference? What's the amount difference? When I calculated it, I was still not accounting for 400,000 that wasn't coming from state legislative funds and wasn't budgeted through our fiscal year budget process.
Mr. Burnett, can you clarify the funding and the amounts and the sources?
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, excuse me. There are 4 distinct funding sources for this project. In 2019, the city received $1.1 million legislative grant from the state. This year, August 3rd, we received $3.9 million from the state. Also, in this legislative session, we received another $1.8 million that's still pending. And the city currently is allocating $2,467,014 to the project. The total construction cost before you tonight is $9,267,015. I believe the amount of money you may be not accounting for is I included what we at the city call an unanticipated cost overrun, generally known as a contingency in the contract. It's approximately 5% of the total that came in at $362,450. I don't know if that's too much information or the right information. Please let me know if I hit the nail on the head.
That was helpful. So then I was close. So I estimated 400,000. It's 362,450. So that is coming from what source again?
Well, I think sometimes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, I think sometimes when we have multiple sources of funding for a particular project, it can conceptually become a little overcomplicated. I think it's better to think of this project as being funded from one large pot of money that has had contributions from different sources. We don't actually identify pieces of the contract and associate it with one source or another. We move all those funding sources into one organization and object code and spend the money out of that pot for lack of a more graceful term.
I hear you. And I'm still wondering where that funding source that we didn't approve comes from. Does it come from general funds?
Fundings, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, to the best of my knowledge, all of the funding sources for this project have been approved. There is a bar that was on the consent calendar tonight for the city's portion of the funding, including the $1.8 million most recent legislative funding we were granted from the state, which is pending. We're kind of covering that in the interim. But except for that bar, all of the funding sources have been approved and are viable and ready for use. I may be missing something.
I'm missing something then, because I'm still trying to figure out where the rest of that funding source will come from. Director Wheeler is on. I don't know if you have any clarity on that.
Regina?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Villarreal. If you're asking, the bar is for $4 million. And as Sam said, it's taking excess 2021 GRT revenue and allocating it to the project so that we can issue a purchase order for the entire construction cost. And then once we get the $1.8 million legislative grant from the 2021 session, we'll be able to actually reimburse ourselves against that and not use all the city money, but it's excess 2021 GRT above budget.
Thank you.
Okay, so that 362,000 is part of that excess GRT funding.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And don't have any questions. I just want to acknowledge and give thanks to our legislative delegation for really making this happen for us and coming through. And, you know, there's this vision for creating this type of center on the south side. It's been probably over a decade, you know, elected officials for the city of Santa Fe have been envisioning this type of center for the south side, and to finally know that we're kind of at that point where there's going to be a groundbreaking and it's going to be open for the public within the next year or so. That's exciting, and I think you know, just can't give enough thanks and gratitude for the folks that had the vision, the delegation for getting the money, and you know, our lobbyists for going and herding the cats to make sure that it happened. And you know, once this center does open, Councilor Beta, I got a challenge for you. I want to be the first. Let's go play a game of horse there once that center opens. District 2 versus District 3, and I challenge any other councilors that want to partake in a game of horse. Let's put on our sneakers and let's go take care of it. Go have some fun at the new teen center. But thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions, no comments.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Abeyta, you've been challenged and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Counselor Garcia really said everything I was going to say. This has taken all of us, not just the governing body, but our state delegation, the recognition of the need for this on the south side. But I want to thank our youth and the teens who have participated in the planning over the years. Like Counselor Garcia said, this first started getting serious 10 years ago with the issuance of a contract in 2009 for an architect to start rendering drawings. There were several teen summits that were held over the years. And most recently, the Mayor's Youth Advisory Board, along with the Yucca Leadership Group from Earth Care, got together to talk about the teen center and start working on the uses that should go in that center. And so while we're going to be able to construct the center, our work isn't done yet. Then we've got to decide on what uses we put in the center for these teens. And so thank you, Counselor Garcia, and I look forward to our game of horseshoe and pickup basketball, because it's going to have a gymnasium when it's constructed. And finally, Counselor Rivera, you have been an advocate for this all these years on the council representing District 3. And so thank you for your advocacy and your patience and your continued support. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Vihil Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I too would like to thank our legislative delegation, those who are sitting now and those who have gone on to other things. I'd also like to thank past city councilors, past mayors who have been involved in this for some time, as Councilor Abeyta has said. I know there's been many discussions about that, so thank you. Last night in Public Works, I raised the question about why this didn't go to finance. It is a great big price tag, as Councilor Villarreal has mentioned, and one of the things that was reported by Mr. Burnett was that it's going forward faster because of the increase in price materials. But when you look at the memo that was written, that seems to already have been taken into consideration where it says the construction bid is higher than the engineering estimate due to the volatility in construction, labor, and materials market at this time. So, you know, the responsibility for paying up is that of the selected contractor, and it appears that all that has been taken into consideration. Now, I'm not against moving forward with this, but I don't see it as a reason to sidestep a committee that's very important to analyzing in greater detail than we even really have time for tonight, although I applaud Councillor Villarreal for her very detailed questions. I really, tonight we had, for other different reasons, but we had other items on this agenda that did not go to finance either. So I just think that it's important that we not sidestep committees and that we just, go forward with proper analysis. And so this memo also said it was to go to finance committee, but then it didn't go to finance committee. So the only scrutiny that it has is that which is pointed out on the agenda, which is governing body, which is right now. So, but I don't want to detract from the thanks that myself and the other counselors have given, because this is important. And when I can figure out what's going to be included inside that teen center, then I'll challenge all of you to something. And it won't be easy. Thank you. That is all.
Councillor Abeyta, I don't know if you wanted to comment on the finance question that was raised or not. I think you had spoken to it previously, but it's a passing reference unless you want to take it up, because as the chair of finance, you do oversee that body.
Thank you, Mayor. We discussed this last night at Public Works, and this was something we talked about at the Finance Committee when we were considering the bar and the contract, and the Finance Committee felt comfortable with moving it forward onto the governing body and Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I would add my own thoughts to this. I think it's a monumental achievement. As Councillor Abeyta referenced, and I remember a city council meeting when we could all meet physically in the same space, and he brought to the governing body meeting a sheaf of resolutions, a thick group of documents dating back a decade or more, committing us to wanting to build a Southside Teen Center. And it didn't happen. It could have happened. It was a desire. It was a wish. It was something everyone aspired to. And now we're at the point where we actually have before us a contract to begin the construction of a Southside Teen Center. And it started with $1 million that we put into the budget 3 years ago. And that built to going to the legislature and making this our highest priority and getting support from the governor, from the legislature, going back again, continuing to work with people who wanted to participate, as Councillor Abeyta said, in the dialogue about what would be the best way to build such a teen center and have it be a multi-generational center and have it be located directly across from the Southside Library and its key role in that community. And I think it's a tremendous accomplishment that takes a great deal of stick-to-itiveness and persistence and cooperation and collaboration and a willingness to put money where our collective mouths are. It's one thing to say you want a teen center. It's another thing to allocate funds, the money that it takes to build a teen center. And it's absolutely an achievement that everybody should take some pride in. And we should all recognize that it's only a beginning to address the needs of our young people, not only on the South Side, but across all of Santa Fe. It represents an initial down payment on giving our young people activities and places where they can stay safe, improve themselves, collaborate in their own activities, and really see a way forward to a better future. So thank you for everybody making it happen. And Sam, thank you for your incredible hard work on this. It is really something where we frequently give credit to elected officials, governors, and legislators, but the fact of the matter is none of this happens without the hard work and the diligence and the oversight, the management of our staff. And Sam, as the point man on this, has been nothing short of miraculous in getting us to the point where we can vote on a contract and break ground and start celebrating the construction of this tremendous achievement. So thank you, Sam, and everybody else in our Public Works and other groups who made it happen. We're grateful to you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Rivera.
sorry to put my hand up, but I'd like to thank Councilor Beta for his recognition. We have been working on this for quite a long time, but I think it was him coming onto the council and really his experience with the youth and organizing the youth and really having his pulse on what the youth in northern New Mexico really want and need really pushed us over the top. And I want to give credit where credit is due, and he really did a great job of making this come to fruition. So, you know, we all had great ideas and we all wanted it to happen, but I want to give credit to Councilor Beta because, again, his experience just pushed us over the top. So thank you, Councilor Beta.
Very good, Councillor Rivera. Thank you for the recognition for his hard work. I agree. Any other comments at this time? I believe we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk?
We do. Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
A joyous yes.
I love the enthusiasm. Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merriworth,
Yes.
Councilor Vijo Koppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sam. Much appreciated. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, the next item is item F. It's review and approval of a memorandum of agreement between the City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County for placement and maintenance of election ballot drop boxes on City of Santa Fe property. Marcos Martinez, our Assistant City Attorney, is available for this item, as am I.
Move to approve.
Second.
I heard a motion to approve from Councilor Merriworth and a second from Councilwoman Villarreal. Are there questions for any of our staff people on this item? Hand up is from Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, Mr. Martinez. In the MOA, there's 2 locations on city property, Southside Library and one on South Federal. Do we know the locations that might not be on city property?
Councilor Garcia, members of the governing body. The county had also proposed an additional location at the Santa Fe Rodeo Grounds, but after conversing with them and consulting with our property manager, we determined that the location was not on city property, and therefore we eliminated that location.
Okay, but so that it sounds like then, given that it's county property, there probably will be a Dropbox there.
That's correct. They're free to put up their own Dropbox. They don't need our permission or any kind of memorandum of agreement to do so.
Okay, so besides those 3 locations, do you know of any other locations where the drop boxes might be? I think it's just something that we need to begin to promote and not solely focus on the city property located drop boxes, but all drop boxes throughout the city in general. And so I don't know if you have the answer to that now, but if not, I think feel free to follow up.
Thank you, Councilor. In fact, I was going to say I do not know the other locations that the county has in mind, but I do think that that's an important fact for the public to know. I'll communicate with the elections attorney at the county and see how I can get that information back to you and to the wider public.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
City
No
Clerk,
other questions?
I think the
Mr. Mayor?
city clerk may have an answer for you, Councilor Garcia.
Yes, Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, the county clerk actually posted the proposed locations on the county website as part of the notifications. So the location of absentee ballot containers included the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office at 100 Catron Street, the City of Santa Fe Convention Center, which is what she's identifying as the location on Federal Plaza, the one that we just approved or are approving through this MOA. The county rodeo grounds, as Assistant Attorney Martinez noted, the Southside Library, the 599 Rail Runner parking lot, the Powaca County Satellite Office, the Max Cole Corridor Community Center, which is located in El Dorado, right next to the library, and the Santa Fe County Edgewood Satellite Office. And again, these are posted on the website, the county clerk's office, but they're still preliminary locations. So I'm sure that once all the locations are approved and confirmed, she'll send something out that we'd be happy to share.
Okay, awesome. And then I guess a follow up to that, given a lot of those locations are outside of the city, maybe if we can clarify and provide information to the public, let's say, for example, the Max Cole Center, if a resident is out there for some reason and they've got their ballot on them, are they eligible to drop it off there versus somewhere within the city? And so just if we can help to provide that clarification to the public, that would be great as well. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I really appreciate the further clarification. No other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Vihel Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to just clarification. So do we know for sure that there is going to be a drop box at the Santa Fe County Fairgrounds? Is that a for sure?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihel Coppler, sure. We don't at these time. They're preliminary locations that were provided by the county clerk. She's working with each organization. So obviously the ones that are on county property, she's working within with the county on, and then she was going to contact the rodeo ground, the rodeo association specific to the rodeo grounds. But once she has a finalized list, I'm sure she'll be sending something out.
So the rodeo grounds is not the same as the county fair building, although they're pretty much side by side. And there's really no facility there or anything. It's kind of surprising. But what I was going to say is that if there isn't, because the city's proposal here only has a north side and a south side drop box. So I think we should be prepared to offer Hannah Viva Chavez Center, because we need a midtown place. And if the county fairgrounds or thereabouts aren't going to have a drop box, it seems to me like we need some kind of geographical location in this midtown area. So I would propose Hannah Viva Chavez.
Madam
Mayor
Clerk.
Weber, Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihel Coppler. These are locations that actually the county clerk came up with and proposed to the city of Santa Fe. But I do want to note that along those exact same thoughts, I had the same exact idea and did offer the GCC if for whatever reason the rodeo ground location didn't work out. So I have made that suggestion to the county clerk and she is aware of it. However, I do think that she was having success with the county, with the fairgrounds, the rodeo grounds.
So, okay, so I just want to be clear, the rodeo grounds is where the rodeo is. That's not what you're talking about, right?
No, it is. The proposed location, it's a drive-through drop box. So she actually identified on a map where she was seeking the drop boxes to be located. And it is kind of on the dirt road right next to where the rodeo grounds are. They're right next to each other, but on that dirt road.
Because the rodeo, the actual rodeo grounds are owned, I think, by the posse or somebody, by the rodeo people, not. Yeah. That's not
by the rodeo association,
right? Where the carnival is, we're not talking about that. They're two separate properties. I don't think the county owns the rodeo grounds per se.
They don't, Counselor, you are correct. There's the county fairgrounds, which is an early voting location. That's on the right side. Like if you were to turn in, it's on the right. And then the rodeo grounds are on the left side. She was requesting a box on the left side, the rodeo grounds, and she is working with the rodeo association to get the necessary permissions to place that box on the rodeo association property.
That's interesting because normally in regular times, we vote at the county fair building, which is kind of, I think, what people expect, to go there and put their ballot in. So that's kind of different, but okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rivera, you have the floor.
Oh, Madam Clerk, have you had any discussions with the county clerk about including, I don't know, one page flyer or something describing ranked choice voting and how it works within the city? I'm still getting a lot of questions about how that works and if we're doing it again and people like it or don't.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, we actually did start our ranked choice voting education. It started on the 29th, I believe. So the first ad ran in the Santa Fe New Mexican. We're also running social media on the City of Santa Fe website. So I know at least 2 posts have gone up on that. The bus wraps, I believe, will be launched in the next week, which again, refer people back to the website for additional information. And then we're still working on additional outreach information for that. So we have started the ranked choice voter education. And I know there was an email about poll worker education, but I actually have not.
Are we putting anything in with the absentee ballots that helps explain it?
I am unaware of that, but would be happy to reach out to the county clerk to inquire.
I think it would be a good idea. I think a number of people request absentee ballots and again, they do that for a reason and may not have access or may not read the newspaper or whatever. So I think it would be a good idea to include a 1-page summary, 2-page summary of what ranked choice voting is and how it works and how it affects the election, I think, because a lot of people, honestly, a lot of the constituents that I've spoken to lately have told me, well, I'm just going to vote for the person I want to because I've heard that if you vote for that person, it counts for however many times down the road. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. So a lot of people still don't understand it. So if we could have a discussion with the county clerk and try to include something with absentee ballots, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other comments or questions regarding this item? Madam Clerk, you have a record of the motion in front of us?
Mayor, yes, I do. Give me one moment to pull that screen back up. I actually was setting a reminder to send the county clerk an email request. Yes, so I have Councilor Romero-Worth with the motion and Councilwoman Villarreal with the second. If you are ready, I can go ahead and take the roll.
Any other comments or questions on this item before the call of the roll? No hands are up, Madam Clerk. Could you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero-Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vigil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, the next item is item G. It's approval of a settlement agreement with AFSCME in PELRB case number 106-20 for an amount of $700,000 and reimbursement of leave accruals. Christopher Ryan, our Senior Assistant City Attorney, is available for this item as well as Attorney McSherry.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
I heard Counselor Lindell make the motion and Counselor Cassett seconded. Questions, comments about this particular item? Counselor Vigil Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that this has been a long road that we've taken. And in the spirit of just celebrating Labor Day, I want to applaud employees who didn't give up, applaud employees for moving forward and fighting for their rights, and applaud employees for not backing down. And I would like to state that I value each and every employee, and I think this is the right thing to do. I think it's long overdue, and I appreciate that everybody involved to help bring this forward and make it possible and treat employees fairly with this settlement. Hopefully gives them the acknowledgement that they need to get for having endured time off without pay. And I'm happy that we are at this point. And I just want to acknowledge again that the employees, they fought for the rights that they have, and isn't that what Labor Day is all about? So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions or comments? We have Mr. Ryan with us if there are questions or other people who want to speak to this item. Counselor Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan, or I don't know, Byrne or Ms. McCoy are on, but is this going to be a separate check, or is this going to be added on to their regular paycheck whenever it's decided to be paid?
Ms. McCoy or Ms. Salazar, is there Councilor Rivera is asking about how the actual money would be transferred, what the mechanism would look like.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, we do intend to issue this as a separate check.
All right, very good. I just want to make sure that because when you add it to regular pay periods, then taxes seem to hit you harder than they do if it's separate. So appreciate that, and thank you for all your hard work on this.
Thank you, Counselor. Anyone else? I would weigh in on this as well, because I think it's been a long and difficult journey to get us to a place where I think we're all heartened that this agreement respects the finding of the Labor Board, it respects our employees, and it acknowledges how hard furloughs are. Furloughs are a last resort. They are not something any of us ever want to do. We were faced with an unprecedented global pandemic and a very bad set of options. I can say personally, this was the hardest vote I've ever had to make as mayor because it did affect the lives of our employees, and we were flying without good data, without much precedent. We didn't know how deep or how steep the recession caused by the pandemic would be. And so we were forced into a very difficult call. We did not lay anyone off. We did not take away anybody's health benefits. And we did do all we could to ensure that every one of our workers who we value for their contributions would have a job to come back to after we came out of that economic freefall. And in fact, we have come out of it strong and with great economic recovery that enabled us to put a 4% wage increase into the new fiscal budget. This payment, I think, is good. It makes our AFSCME members whole with money we have, and we have it because we were willing to do tough decisions in tough times, and now we can put it behind us. And I appreciate the workers advocating for their rights. I appreciate the work of Mr. Ryan and Mr. Curtis in coming to this negotiation that really does the best for all of us. It's something that we want to see resolved in a way that is constructive, positive, and mutually satisfying. I think we all know the furlough was not anything that we wanted to do. It was something that we felt we had to do. And this puts it behind us in a way that I think is a good and constructive outcome. And I appreciate all the hard work that made it happen. Any other comments? If not, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Windell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, the next item is item H. It's approval of a mediation settlement agreement and release of claims with the New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department in City of Albuquerque versus New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department. It's case D-202-CV-2018-08036 for gross recovery of $2,695,891.93. I believe Attorney McSherry is available for this item as well.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Vihil Coppler seconded Counselor Romero Worth's motion. Are there questions about this item? Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if staff could give us just a brief summary of this since it wasn't in the packet as of 12 o'clock today. And so I just want to understand it a little bit more.
Thank you. Attorney McSherry, do you want to brief us on this item? Thank you.
Mayor Weber, absolutely. And Councilor Villarreal, yes, the form hadn't been approved by Tax and Rev until I didn't get a word of it till today. So, but we did know the amount, so I was able to give the caption on Friday. But the form hadn't been finalized to be released. So it's basically two documents that are attached to the agenda. And they each set out that we are releasing claims against the department for anything related to the lawsuit that had been raised, which is inaccurate gross receipts tax calculations starting back in 2006. It does waive through May of this year, so it does go beyond the initial scope of the lawsuit in terms of the waiver and release of claims. We're not aware of any concerns that we have through that date. This is a number greater than I think what we had discussed a while back in executive session, so that's excellent. So that resulted through further negotiation with the Tax and Revenue Department. Another thing that I would like to highlight is that the attorneys are not charging the full contingency fee that they could have under their fee agreement. So because the result took more than 2 years to come to, they would have been entitled to a 12.5% contingency fee. This only represents a 10.8% contingency fee. So that's great. And they're also not charging us any of the fees for the expert research that happened with the municipal league that preceded the lawsuit being filed. So before we signed a contract. So we had agreed that we could have shared that cost when we initially entered our legal representation contract. But we're not being charged anything additional. So the only fee we're paying is the 10.8, which is great. That saves us a bit. And the amount is greater than half of the highest amount that the city of Santa Fe projected it could have been sorted during that time period. But weighing the risks, I do think this is a good settlement and I do recommend approval.
Thank you for the summary. And so the final amount was 2,695,891 and some change. Just curious, where does that funding go then, once we receive it?
Mayor Weber, Councilor, we'll have to do a bar to put it into a particular account. So I don't think that's been decided yet. So I think it'll just go into reserves at this point. Well, I should let Mary speak to that, but at this point, it's not designated for anything in particular. It's not in the budget. First, we would have to get it, and then we'd have to decide if we're budgeting it, if we're not budgeting it.
Okay. Sorry about that. So what's our time frame to make that decision?
Do you know when the funds actually arrive?
Mayor Whipper, Councilor, we're expecting them in October. So this should be in relatively short order. So then after that, we could make a decision.
So are we part of that decision?
Mayor Weber, Counselor, if they're going to be budgeted, absolutely, yes.
But in the meantime, it's placed in a fund, not necessarily reserves, but in a separate fund so that we can decide how it will be allocated or distributed.
Mayor Weber, Counselor, I defer to Mary McCoy on that question.
Mary, maybe you can clarify the way in which the funds would be both transferred and then subsequently allocated.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, thank you for that question. We will be receiving the funds as revenue into the city of Santa Fe, an anticipated revenue. So that revenue will go into the general fund until further allocation is made. If by the end of this fiscal year, the allocation, the funding has not been allocated to expenses, it will go into fund balance into our reserves. So we would then, after October, we would be bringing a plan forward on the expenditure plan, similar to any other budget adjustment that we have, that we see coming before this body every 2 weeks.
Thank you for that, Director McCoy. And so will that go to finance then, or is that a governing body decision?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, yes, we would take the budget adjustment through the committee process.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job, team.
Councilor Vihil Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I had the same question as Councilor Villarreal and with respect to where the money would go. But I do want to ask for clarification from the city attorney. I know Councilor Villarreal said it was 2.6 million, but the net, it says here the net amount of recovery is 2.4. So is that what we will be getting, 2.4?
Mayor
After
Weber,
all the bills are paid?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Vihil Coppler, we will get the 2.6, and then after the bills are paid, you're correct, then we would have 2.4 after we pay for the contingency fee for the council, but we will receive the entire amount, and then we would have to pay for the contingency.
So the 2.4 is what we can expect to hear in the future, according to Ms. McCoy, about where that money will go. And any recommendations for spending, should there be a necessity to spend it.
Mayor Weber, Counselor, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Aaron, if you'd do me a favor, because I appreciated your brief overview of how we got where we are, but if I were just listening to this council meeting for the first time, I'm not sure I'd even be aware that there was a lawsuit and what it involved and who the different parties were to it. And maybe I don't want to burden the point, but it's useful for just general education to talk about what happened that brought us to a settlement, what the dispute was over, who participated in this lawsuit, and how we come away with $2.6 million of the state allocating money to us.
Absolutely. Mayor Weber, councilors. So in 2018 fall, the Municipal League had been working with a couple of local governments, and there had been some discrepancies that had been identified in their receipt of gross receipts taxes. So we receive our gross receipts taxes from the state. They don't get directly transmitted to local governments. They go through the state taxation and revenue department. And then about 2 months after a month is determined, the final numbers are determined, we receive a report from Tax and Rev, and we get those amounts by category. We don't get any specifics because tax information is held confidential by the state. However, there were some specific calculation discrepancies that were identified. There were several statutory changes. Well, there were two different constructs actually about how to correct mistakes that were made, or essentially refunds that were made to cities and counties. And there was a dispute about whether or not those were being made correctly by local governments. So that legal issue is not resolved by this lawsuit, but all the claims that arise under that difference of opinion are now resolved with this lawsuit. Because now there's a new statutory construct in place about making those corrections. So the conflict was over the prior application of statutes. So, but there were several time periods involved with varying degrees of levels of dispute. So the 2006 to around 2010 being one time period, or 2014, and then a 15-16 time period, and then the more recent years. And each of those had different risk levels in terms of our likelihood of success. So we looked at those risk levels and worked with 44 other local governments that entered a lawsuit together in this negotiation with the Taxation and Revenue Department. And really there was a lot of factors considered and a lot of calculations considered. And each local government really was potentially impacted, obviously slightly differently, because those years were all different impacts in each different local government. So it did take quite a bit of negotiation and time to work with that many different plaintiffs and with the state agency, and during a transition of administration, because the lawsuit was initially filed under the Martinez administration, and then it was resolved now under the Grisham administration. So also a lot of different actors, a lot of different policymakers, and complexity. And so I think we're also lucky that the state was able to find the funding to resolve this.
Thank you. I think that's a good summary of what was at issue and how we came through it. Thank you. Any other questions or comments about this settlement issue? If not, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes. One moment. Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilor Bijo Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, City Attorney. Much appreciated. Item number 12 on our agenda, matters from the city manager. City manager?
Members of the governing body. I wanted to take a minute to just acknowledge our whole team for Zozobra last weekend. The constant agileness and navigation. It was still a very large event that went off without incident. So much appreciation and kudos to the entire team and our partners, of course, throughout the city and Kiwanis, for being forward-leaning, forward-thinking in the way they handled it. And so didn't want to let the time pass, even though that event has passed. And as a reminder, the city on Friday has a half day as approved by the governing body for fiestas. So I hope everyone enjoys a safe and enjoyable fiesta weekend. And I think our city team appreciates a little break. And I did just want to take a few minutes right now, if I may, to ask Mary McCoy to come on and provide a very brief update on the audit. I've sent a number of emails throughout the course of the last 6 weeks, and she will just give a very brief update as to where we are and where we're going. So Mary, I will turn it to you.
Thank you. Mayor, councilors, we're taking this opportunity to provide a briefing on the status of the FY20 financial audit. Just as a reminder, a financial audit is an independent review of the city's financial statements. An audit is conducted to ensure our financial records are fair and an accurate representation of the city's financial transactions. The city's financial audit is work that's actually being performed by an external auditor. In this case, our external auditor is Clifton Larson Allen. Also, we refer to them as CLA by their abbreviation. So what is the process that we have undertaken? Just a brief recap. The committee submitted the trial balance to the external auditor back in March. And CLA has been conducting the audit over these last few months and held the exit conference last week on August 31st. The city's external auditor produces the audit report and submits it to the state auditor. So this is a really important point. The city does not issue the audit report. The external auditor issues the audit report. A very clear distinction that needs to be made since we do not audit our own financial statements. As of today, CLA has not submitted the report to the Office of the State Auditor. The Office of the State Auditor will review the report submitted by the audit firm to determine if the report is presented in accordance with requirements of the state audit rule and auditing and financial reporting standards. So that's the multi-step process that it takes to finalize the audit. After the OSA reviews and releases the final audit report, there is traditionally a 5-day waiting period, which can be waived by the city. It is really important also to note that according to the state audit rule, if the city releases the audit report, or I'm sorry, if the IPA, the independent public auditor, releases the audit report to the city or to the public prior to it being officially released by the state auditor, it will result in an audit finding, and that is according to our state audit rule. Now to move on to our own internal process as is dictated by the city code, which governs the process for distribution and discussion of the audit once it's released by the state auditor. The city ordinance does provide that a copy of the audit shall be distributed to all governing body members when it is released by the OSA. And the code also requires the external auditors, in this case, Clifton Larson Allen, to present a summary of the audit report to the Finance Committee. We would like the audit report to be presented with the permission of the chair of the Finance Committee as early as September 20th at that Monday meeting. That being said, if anyone from the governing body does wish to see the FY20 financial tables, this includes balance sheets, statement of net position, statement of activities for governmental and business activities, we can definitely provide you that opportunity. I think it's important that this body does have access to those city-produced financial statements, and we are definitely willing to provide that opportunity. So also to review, just highlight a few reasons why we are at this process a little bit over a year after we submitted our last audit. The city did implement a new IT system. As you may remember, the city had used the same antiquated IT system, which lacked internal controls, for more than 2 decades. They implemented that system in 1999. So FY20 was the first year that the city used the new system. And with any new IT implementation, there have been some technical challenges, as the city did close that particular fiscal year for the first time in the new IT system. COVID and CARES Act processing have also made a really challenging year-end close process a little bit more challenging as well. We've had about a 40% vacancy rate in the finance department through a conservative budgeted year. And we've also had members of our team test positive for COVID and been out of work for a period of time. And also just I know you all remember about a year ago, we were awarded the $17.5 million in CARES Act, which became our priority to get that out of the door in a little over 3 months, because we were facing about a December 31st deadline for using those funds to boost our community in the middle of the pandemic. We've also had turnover in key positions as well during this time that we've been working on this audit. The city's accounting officer, who's responsible for managing the year-end close process, has also resigned from the city. So these have been some major challenges that we've been working through this process, together with Clifton Larson Allen, our external auditor. And that's all for at this time.
City Manager, back to you. We're not hearing you.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Matters from the city attorney?
Mayor Weber, councilors, just that I look forward to introducing the 2 new attorneys on my team to folks. Patricia Figali started 2 weeks ago and is at new employee orientation the last 2 days. She filled our frozen position that had been vacant since February of 2020. So we're very happy to have filled that. And then secondarily, Frank Ruibalid started today with my team, or actually yesterday, I suppose. And he's also at new employee orientation this week, and he takes the position that was vacated by Sally Paez.
Thank you. Matters from the city clerk?
Mayor, councilors, at this time, no, I was mostly going to give an update on ranked choice voting, and we did that earlier. So I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Communications from the governing body. Let's just go around the room. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to thank all the city staff, you, Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler. I think those are the two I saw that participated in the 4Kids golf tournament. They honored Molly Whitted, who had been part of that organization for many, many, many years. And it's a great tournament. You know, all the money, 100% of the money goes to help kids that can't afford to get into sports, helps them with the initial costs, any equipment costs, whatever they need to actually get into a sport. So it's a great organization, a great tournament, and a lot of city staff participated in it. The golf course looked great. It was in really good shape. So I really wanted to thank all the city staff and everyone who participated in the 4Kids tournament. Excuse me. Secondly, the Zozobra, I think it went off without a hitch. It was great. Like the city manager said, no issues, no big issues. So I'm sure there were a couple little things, but went off great. And I think the community appreciated it and wanted to thank the Kiwanis and Ray and all the volunteers who participate to make that a great event every year. Next, September 11th, I know the fire department's planning something. I hope we can all participate. It's the 20-year anniversary, so I'm not sure if any announcements have come out from the fire chief yet, but please keep a lookout for those. And then lastly, I wanted to thank Councilor Lindell for covering Public Works Committee for me last night. My daughter left early this morning to go meet her husband in Okinawa, Japan. So we wanted to spend the last night that she was here just making it a special night for her. So thank you, Councilor Lindell, for covering that for me. I really do appreciate it. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Can I-
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Rivera. Sorry.
One last thing, my mother's birthday was on September 7th yesterday, so I have to give her a shout out. I won't tell you her age. She said she's 46. I believe her. But just wanted to say happy birthday to my mother. I love you and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to as well echo the sentiments to Ray and all the SFPD and everybody that supported Zozobra. It was awesome. And, got to thank Councilwoman Bria Real and Councilwoman Cassett for getting into the spirit in their 80s attire. I took me back to when I was a little kiddo and that, 80s fashion, something to say about it. But thank you. It was a great night to see everybody. I think last meeting I kind of mentioned the Santa Fe High Demon football team was on a roll. It looks like they're on a roll again. They finally broke their losing streak with the mighty Mikers. So again, shout out to the boys Santa Fe High football team. Let's see what else. Oh, next meeting I might not be with you. I might have a little baby. So wish me well. I think that's it for announcements. I just want to thank the city manager for the update.
We lost
the course. That was
Councilor, you turned a little bit away from your microphone. Maybe you could start over about the city manager. I lost the audio.
Sure. Am I coming in clear now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank the city manager for reversing course, as I know last week we got an update saying there wasn't going to be any type of presentation, and I appreciate the update. As I've mentioned, I still have plenty of questions, and I don't know if now is the appropriate time to ask those questions. So can I ask some questions?
Sure, you have the microphone, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess, but my first question is, I'm still deeply concerned in regards to the lack of information that's been provided to city councilors on this very, very important matter. You know, an audit tells the health and lifeline of an organization. And in a critical instance like this, where, you know, we had a late audit last year, we have a 8-month late audit this year. To me, that raises lots of red flags. And so that's why I have deep, deep interest in this, because I want to ensure that the lifeline of the city is strong, and getting provided information, critical information on the audit is imperative. You know, I've made the arguments to the city manager, the city attorney, that we're eligible for this information, and I've been shot down multiple times. And you know, it just, again, with the reverse course of being provided some information tonight, I think it begs the question, where do we actually stand? Why do we send out an email? Why does the city manager send out an email on Friday saying we can't give you information because of city code, but then we get information tonight? It's concerning to me, very, very concerning. I'm glad that it's potentially on the calendar for the finance committee at the end of September. But I'm going to put forth the request that any preliminary information, and I'm not talking about the audit report, I'm talking about preliminary information, be provided to all city council members. It was noted in the city manager's email to us on Friday that the mayor was part of the exit interview, the exit conference. I am requesting that any information that was shared during that meeting be provided to all governing body members. There's nothing in our municipal charter or our city code that outlines that the mayor is privy to certain information versus the governing body. It's not outlined in the city's, in the mayor's powers or duties, nor is it outlined in the governing powers or duties. We're all one and the same. So I would ask that we're treated equitably in that sense, and we all be provided the information that was provided to the mayor either before the exit conference, or during the exit conference. And if that won't be honored, I'm willing to move forward and put in a request for an IPRA. I think this is information that is critical to the governing body. This is what we were elected to ensure, that we're keeping a healthy city. And when you're withholding information from governing body members and city council members, it's not allowing us to perform our duties to the best job possible. So I hope that we can move forward with that date on the 23rd and move forward. We can begin to work and acknowledge the rights and duties and responsibilities of the city council as outlined in the municipal charter, because we do. It is outlined. That is, we have those rights in the municipal charter. And I am willing to exert the necessary steps, if not. So I guess my question is to Director McCoy. Can the city council be shared all pre-conference information with us? Not the reports. I want to make it clear, not the reports, but any information that was shared prior to the exit conference or during that exit conference with the external auditors.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I can put in that request to Clifton Larson Allen.
Okay, so but there's nothing prohibiting them from given it. If that's requested, then it should be put forth to us. And I would ask that that information be provided to us in advance of the September, I think it was 23rd, or whenever the next finance committee meeting is. That way we have sufficient time to prepare for that committee meeting. So with that, I want to work with everybody to ensure we have a healthy city, and utilizing the audit is the tool. An audit is not only to tell you the health of potentially what's going wrong, but it's also a tool to tell us what's going great. And I think that's what we're missing a point on. I fully want to understand where we can improve, but where we're doing great and where we could potentially replicate that greatness. With that, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No other comments.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I have a few things. I also want to echo the sentiments of thanking everyone who was part of the Zozobra event. It was my first time returning to Zozobra since I was in high school. And I definitely felt like a teenager. I even got in trouble with my mom for staying out too late. So I really, really did it right. But it was so much fun. I personally think that maybe we should look at quarterly themed council meetings, because the whole theme dress up thing really, set the scene for everything, made everything a lot of fun. And I do want to thank Councilwoman Villarreal for having such a fun time with me and donning our 80s gear together. And then the biggest thanks, of course, goes to Kiwanis, to Ray, to all of our city team that helped put this together. I know it is such a huge lift and such an important part of our community and what really makes Santa Fe special. So really want to thank everyone for that. Speaking of getting in trouble with my mom, it was her birthday on Sunday. She actually is visiting from Connecticut, so I'm very happy to have her here, and I want to wish her a very, very happy birthday, and very glad that she was able to be here to celebrate with me, as well as help watch my kid, which has been really wonderful. So thanks, Mom, for being here. Also, yesterday was Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And so I do want to wish Lashana Tova to all those that celebrate. Right now is actually what I think is I'm trying to think of a more eloquent way to say this, but I'll just say it, a very cool time in the Jewish year, where these 10 days between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, you are supposed to look at areas where you have wronged other people and see how you can make those up, and see how you can make amends, and see how you can bury the hatchet in areas where you are arguing with people, and reflect on areas where you can improve. And I really appreciate that that is built into the year. Obviously something we should do year round, but really the time between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur is thinking about how we can improve, how we can make amends with people. And I just want to invite everyone to take part in that, because I think it's a really important tradition, and it's a really important thing to do. What else do I have? Oh, I'd like to sign on as a co-sponsor to the resolution that the mayor will be introducing later this evening. So if that could be noted. And then last but definitely not least, I wanted to say thank you to two parks workers that I ran into while I was running on the Arroyo Chamisa Trail, and there had been a lot of graffiti on the trail, and I saw two park workers who were sitting there cleaning it up, and stopped to chat with them for a little bit. It was Andres Lopez and Stephen Apodaca, and I had the chance to speak with them, and they were talking about how much this work means to them. And Andres was talking about, he went to Santa Fe High, he grew up in the neighborhood, and just having the opportunity to come and take care of his community and take care of his home, and how much he really appreciated that, and how much he enjoyed his work. And I was just very I was very honored to have that conversation with them. So I did want to send that thanks out. I know that there had been a lot of graffiti on the trail, so I really appreciate them taking the time to clean that up and continuing to be maintaining these public spaces that we all utilize and are such a wonderful asset to our city. So really wanted to make sure to recognize that hard work. Although I did ask if they were wearing sunscreen as both a mom and a public health professional, and I wasn't as pleased with the answer. So I already told them that I would prefer that they wear sunscreen to protect their skin. So I'll send out that reminder again. But I really just wanted to thank them, as they were wonderful. They were positive, and it was really nice. I got a lot of constituents who had been upset about the graffiti. And so it was really wonderful to see them out there. And I believe that is all I have for tonight. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the Zobra was a treat, and we do have to thank so many countless individuals that even behind the scenes, we don't realize what they do. We actually got to see the behind the scenes, and I think that's what's important, is to see how many people are involved to make things work, and also how many people enjoy participating, whether it's the dancers and folks that were part of the choreography this time. So I just wanted to say that. One thing it did remind me is how much I do love the 80s music and how much I don't miss that era in terms of style. Very bad era of style, even though I was dressed up. So the other thing I just want to say is wishing everyone, my colleagues, and also our community a safe, fun, and respectful Fiestas de Santa Fe, and look forward to the religious side of the ceremonies that we have, and also the fun social sides of dancing and food. So look forward to seeing you all out there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilor Vihil Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd first like to start off by introducing legislation under my name as a sponsor, which is a resolution establishing a local preference for the development of Las Estrellas and establishing minimum criteria for submitted bids to develop the property. So having done that, I would like to sign on as a co-sponsor to the increase of the minimum wage to $15. I would like to sign on to Councilor Abeyta's resolution regarding capital improvements in senior services. I would like to stop there about that. Okay, the next thing is I'd like to give thanks, as well as my colleagues did, to all those responsible for the success of planning and implementing Zozobra, to the Kiwanis, to all of the sponsors that contributed to that event, to the fire personnel, police personnel, parks, public works, anybody in public works, which I'm sure had a great deal to do with that, and many, many other employees that were there doing their thing, cleaning up the park afterward. That's for sure. What a job. I would like to congratulate our local high school team, Santa Fe High School and St. Mike's, even though it was only mentioned that our team, Santa Fe High, did beat St. Mike's in the football game. But still, St. Mike's has had a good career. A good game days so far. So we wish them well. And I'm rooting for the Lobos to beat the Aggies on Saturday, first football game for that. So that's going to be fun to see what happens there. Along with Councilor Rivera, I would like to certainly say thanks to everybody who participated, made happen the 4Kids golf tournament. As he said, it's a wonderful, wonderful fundraiser. There's nothing better than happy golfers, even if they did horrible, because they're always happy. And I love that. He mentioned Molly Whitted, who is a wonderful friend of mine. She was instrumental in developing that program. I'd also like to give thanks to Peso Chavez, who is a former counselor, as well as Molly Whitted was a former counselor. Peso Chavez took the reins over, and he did a stellar job, although he said that Molly Whitted generally carried the show. So he stumbled around a bit, but he was nonetheless stellar at his emceeing. I would like to mention a few things about the audit report. I know Ms. McCoy mentioned that she offered some information from the preliminary audit. I would like to receive that, as well as any findings that have occurred in that report. I want to also say that she did say she would make a request into the CLA audit team. I was told when I inquired at the state auditor's office that that information could be forthcoming should it be asked for, and that there was not anything inappropriate for a municipal elected official. There was nothing inappropriate in making the request or in receiving the information that's being asked for. Realizing, of course, that it's not public information, that as elected officials, we have the right to examine the report. Whatever it is that the preliminary report, whatever was given at the exit conference. I was denied attendance at that exit conference, and the reason is I primarily just wanted to get information. So I'm still seeking that. Every indication other than within city government, every indication externally, those who have the authority and the know-how and the ability to determine whether a municipal official, elected official is allowed access, has said, yes, you're allowed access to the preliminary data. It's not public. We all understand that, but we are elected officials and we are accustomed to keeping things confidential. So that is the reason. So and in the other, I may have said this already, but there's nothing to preclude any counselor from calling the external auditor themselves and having a discussion and requesting the documents that they asked for. That was information provided to me by the state auditor's office. So, I have to say, there's been a lot of pushback for this information. I'm not sure why, but I think it's important for elected officials to be treated with dignity and respect for the information that they need financially to continue forward with our duties. I think we've shown and taken an oath of office that we should be trusted with the information that is confidential. We certainly are trusted with information during executive session. I don't see why this would be any different. I'm not at all pleased with the pushback, but nevertheless, I'm just making this public statement because other counselors who weren't privy to the numerous requests for this information should know that it's something that, at least the advice that I've been given from people I very much respect, is that you may have this information. It is confidential. So again, I want to ask Ms. McCoy for the financial statements, the things that she offered earlier, and I would also like to receive the findings and the material statements, all of it. Really, I think that's pretty much the whole report, but I await to hear from that. And then the last thing I want to ask is, it was mentioned that, I believe I don't know if it was from the city manager or Ms. McCoy, that the CLA auditor has not submitted the report. And my question is, why not?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, we do not have that information. I can request that information from CLA. Again, it is their responsibility to submit that to the state auditor's office.
Nobody in our city staff has asked the CLA auditor why they haven't submitted our report that we're already 8 or 9 months late on and well beyond the August 30th due date. Why? And I know you all worked hard to get it done on time, and as evidenced by having the exit conference. It seems to me very strange that, what's happened between now? It's already 8 days, or actually 7 days, where you're saying it's not submitted yet. And so you don't have any idea why?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, I do understand that there is a rigorous review process internal to any external audit firm. And so I would imagine that is, again, they are held to very high standards through the state audit rule to abide by all auditing, financial reporting, and accounting standards that we have. So I would imagine that it's forthcoming.
Thank you. I just want to make note that I sit on the BDD board as well as the Solid Waste Management Authority. This is the same company, CLA, that has done those organizations' audits. Ours were late too because the city's was late and we rely on the city's financial data. They finished the audit, they submitted it. It's the same company. So I'm very curious, and maybe that'll just be a phone call I make to get the answer. So I appreciate everybody listening to what I'm asking, and I appreciate the staff for being forthcoming about the information that I expect we'll get very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Let's see, Counselor Lindell, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'm glad everybody had a great time at Zozobra. It always is a good time. It's hard to believe what volunteers put together. Just absolutely astounding. So good job to the Kiwanis and all our friends over there. I also want to thank the mayor for being willing to show up at the animal shelter with me and act super silly on stage trying to raise money for the shelter. And actually, we did pretty well. We raised well north of $50,000 for the shelter in a 7 or 8 minute burst of foolishness. And I would just say that the shelter really deserves our support at this moment. They're overfull with animals, and it's really a good time to support the shelter. I would also say tonight that, friends, we are still in the midst of COVID, and I encourage everyone on this council and that's listening to this broadcast to stay careful and safe. Our hospitals are full, and you don't want to get the Delta variant and need a hospital bed. I really see people, you know, it felt like we had a little reprieve for a while, and we're still in the midst of a pandemic, friends. I encourage you to be safe because I care about you. And I encourage you to, in a caring, kind way, ask others to stay safe also. We're not done with this. I do have a piece of legislation to introduce. It's an ordinance relating to the City of Santa Fe Uniform Traffic Ordinance, amending a section to insert a clause stating that a person who violates a provision of section 20 or 1210 1.10 of the Universal Uniform Traffic Ordinance is guilty of a penalty assessment misdemeanor, and to add penalties in Schedule A of the Traffic Violation Penalty Assessment Schedule. That all translates, friends, to increased fines for loud mufflers. So at this point in time, the police have told us those fines are considered part of the fun on any given night. And so if we can pass this, if we do pass this, it won't be quite as much fun. So that's what I have to introduce tonight. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Abeyta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to thank the Kiwanis Club and Ray Sandoval for Zozobra. I wasn't at Zozobra because I was at the Demon Horsemen football game. So congratulations to the Demons, though they play Capital tomorrow night. So Manager Lepan, we've got our work cut out for us as Jaguar alumni. So congratulations to all our youth teams. The Demon soccer team is ranked #1 in the state too. So that's pretty impressive. So congratulations to them. My son Josh ran in a cross country meet this past weekend. It was his first one in Penasco. He came in second. So congratulations to him. The last thing I am, Mayor, is I am introducing with Councilor Rivera a resolution adopting the 2023-2027 Senior Infrastructure Capital Improvements Plan, ICIP, for the Division of Senior Services, Community Health and Safety Department. And Councilor Lindell, please add me as a co-sponsor to your ordinance regarding loud mufflers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Romero Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to maybe add a different perspective, I think. I want to thank Mary McCoy for the outline that she gave to us about the process for the audit and, some of the challenges, I think that I know I forgot some of them around what our finance folks have been working with, what they started with 3 years ago, and some of the challenges that they've had to deal with as we've moved through the last few years. The audit, I don't think anyone is saying that it's not our role or that we won't get the audit. We have, in my experience, gotten the audit every year when it's ready. There is a process, and I think as Director McCoy said to us, we are being audited by an outside independent third party to make sure that we are doing things correctly. And we know as a result of the McCard report how important that is and how important that role is. And I think, again, there is a process. I think there are laws around this, and there's real reason for that because you want to protect the integrity of that process and make sure that, we're not, before it's baked, we're not trying to massage the outcomes, again, to protect the integrity of the final product. And so I just want to acknowledge that I think it's a question of when we're going to get it. When is the thing baked? When is it proper to give it to us? I don't think anybody's arguing that we're not going to get it. I also want to thank Director McCoy for the presentation because I actually had, it's not just about thinking that all she had to do was the audit. I'd completely forgotten, it's funny how our memories get short about the $17 million that we had to push out the door in something like 2 months. It's a crazy amount of time to have pushed out the door that amount of money and made sure that it went to the right places, to the best use in the middle of a pandemic when there were other struggles going on. And so I think we also know that when 3 years ago, when I was first came in, the McCard report was all anybody in the election that had just happened could talk about, and where the city was in its financial position and in its systems and what it was we were facing in terms of getting our house in order. And I think everybody needs to remember that isn't something you just, snap your fingers and make better. That takes time under the best of circumstances. And then you throw a global pandemic in the middle of it and the challenges that have come with that. I think, there's real reason why, we continue to struggle with getting this thing done in the way we want it to. But I know our staffs are working hard. They are doing incredible work. I want to thank you for doing that. And I look forward to the day when we are operating with the new IT system in a way that makes it so that this job is a lot easier. And when we don't have a global pandemic disrupting the work that needs to happen just in the best of times to get this done. It's a lot of work. And I just want to acknowledge that and, just offer a different look at where we sit today and what our role is. And I think we're going to get that audit, as we heard, to the Finance Committee 2.5 weeks, and we'll be able to pull it apart and see what we're doing well and where we have room for improvement if that's what the findings tell us. So thank you, Mayor. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you, Councillor. I have a couple of items I'd like to mention. First, I really am grateful to Councillor Lindell for reminding us about COVID. It's funny how in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of people we all know and love coming down with this variant, breakthrough cases in some instances, and people who have been unvaccinated in other instances, we forget how much it changes every aspect of our lives. As individuals, we're still on edge about COVID. As a government, we're still deeply affected by it, by our employees who have contracted it. We got a report yesterday about the number of people who are city employees who have come down with COVID under this new variant. And it's very concerning that we have people who are suffering from this ongoing pandemic. We are far, far, far from out of the woods. Even while we celebrate Zozobra, it was a beautiful evening. It was a predominantly masked up crowd, recognizing that masks make a big difference in preventing the spread of this disease, recognizing that we all still need to take a COVID test. They're free and plentiful and available. The vaccine is available and free. We are far, far, far from out of the woods with this COVID pandemic. And Councillor Lindell put her finger on it absolutely correctly, that this affects, it touches all of our lives, not just as government officials, but as people in a community where we need to look after each other and care for each other and be very mindful of the overall health and well-being of Santa Fe. COVID changes everything. So please be careful. Please continue to act with great vigilance and great compassion toward everybody in our city. I want to share with Councillor Cassett celebrations of the Jewish New Year. May it be a sweet year and a year of good health and recovery for everybody. And at the same time, I want to lament the graffiti swastika that was placed on a wall outside the residence of a Jewish family. I can tell you that as a victim of anti-Semitism myself, there's nothing about it that's acceptable. There's no form of bias or racism that's acceptable. There's no form of discrimination that's acceptable. And to have a swastika placed outside the wall of a Jewish family on the day before the celebration of the beginning of the Days of Awe is deplorable, and everyone should condemn it without knowing more about it, who did it, why they would have done it. We don't have a lot of information, but simply its appearance is unacceptable, as is any form of discrimination, bias, hate in our community. It should not be something we tolerate, and we should all take turns speaking out against it. I share in my admiration for those who put on Zozobra. Ray and his team are outstanding, extraordinary. I think every year Ray deserves to be one of 10 who made a difference in Santa Fe. A year doesn't go by where he isn't on my list of 10 who made a difference. And this year, working through Zozobra, working through COVID, working through restrictions, unknowns, health unknowns, organizational unknowns, and such a remarkable, wonderful celebration. To Lucia, the wonderful young lady who sang the national anthem. She has never missed a Zozobra in her life. And then she got a chance to sing the national anthem as a personal crowning achievement for her. It couldn't have been a more wonderful celebration. Fiestas, has been noted, is ready to begin now. The Pregón Mass will take place at Rosario Chapel, and then opening ceremony on the plaza. I hope everybody from the governing body will be there to take part in this community celebration and a celebration of community unity. 9/11 memorial on the plaza that Councilor Rivera mentioned. I think it starts at 8:45 on that set on the 11th, and the first responders, the firefighters, will be marching up and down the stairs in memory of the firefighters who went into those buildings and put their lives on the line. They do it every day, but on 9/11, it was even more dramatic and even more tragic and even more memorable. So please be there on the plaza for that. And one last thought that I want to pay particular attention to is that while Councilor Rivera mentioned the golf, the 4Kids golf event, he forgot to mention that he actually played golf. He wasn't just there. He was chasing the little white ball all over the fairway, and I think probably into the rough every once in a while. So thank you, Councilor, for not just being there, but bringing your game and being part of the celebration, not just present, but present and participating full on. So thank you for doing that. It was a beautiful event. I also want to introduce a resolution. It's been mentioned previously. It's a resolution supporting a minimum wage of $15 per hour for employees of the city of Santa Fe and directing the city manager to take the steps required to implement hourly wage increases for all city employees paid less than $15 per hour. That will make its way through the committee structure, presumably come back, I hope, to the governing body at 10/27 meeting for us to vote on it. So thank you, everybody, for noting that. We are currently about 2.5 hours behind schedule. I think we ought to move immediately to petitions from the floor, if there are any, and then perhaps take a 10-minute bio break after petitions from the floor, and then come back for the public hearings. Madam Clerk, is there anybody in the attendees room, recognizing they've been waiting for 2.5 hours, and we apologize for that. Anybody in the attendees room who wishes to offer a petition from the floor at this time?
Mayor, there's only one individual that I see in the waiting room, Ty France. Ty, I'm not sure if you're here for petitions from the floor for any other item.
Or for maybe one of the public hearings that is yet to come?
Correct. I don't have anybody with their hand up.
All right, well, in that case, I would propose we take a 10-minute recess and come back ready to take up the public hearings that are in the evening session. So let's try to get back no later than 9:45. Okay, it says 9:45 on the clock on the wall. I hope everybody had a chance to take a little stretch, maybe get a bite to eat, or just a little break before we come back to the part of our agenda that involves public hearings. When you're back as a council member or city manager, city attorney, city clerk, if you could just at least briefly turn your camera on so we can see everybody who is here and we can know when it's okay to proceed. I've got Counselor, okay, we've got Counselor Vihel Coppler, Romero Worth, Lindell, Villarreal, Cassett. I see Counselor Abeta. I don't see Counselors Garcia or Rivera at the moment. I've got a quorum. Let's wait one more minute and then we'll introduce, we did change the order of business at the beginning of the meeting to begin with the use of CDBG funds. So let's take that item up. Madam Clerk, do you want to just read that and we'll see if our other counselors are joining us momentarily?
Sure. So item C, which is now item A, is review and recommend approval of consolidated annual performance evaluation review, the CAPER on uses of CDBG funds for the 2020-2021 program year as required by HUD. Ms. Alexandra Ladd is available for this item.
Okay, we still are short a couple of city council members, but we do have a quorum and it is getting late. So Director Ladd, do you want to, this is a public hearing. I thought perhaps we'd let you do a brief introduction as to what this is and go to anybody who's in the attendee room who wants to make a comment and then come back for council governing body questions and further digging a little bit deeper into the report. But I'll give you the opportunity to begin with an overview if you would like to give us kind of the headlines from this document.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Once again, I have our year-end report in front of you. It's probably getting quite familiar to some of you. It doesn't change much over the years, but I did want to just make a couple of observations. One of which is that, as you can see in both in the executive summary and in my cover memo, we have once again vastly surpassed the proposed accomplishments for all of these funded projects. So this really speaks to the amazing capacity and incredible work of the city's nonprofit partners who apply for these funds every year. We also have an interesting situation where there's a chunk of funds that appear to not have been spent, specifically the direct financial assistance to home buyers. So this is our what we used to call down payment assistance. Really what it does is it buys down the amount of the mortgage that a home buyer needs to borrow, thus lowering their monthly payment. The issue with CDBG funds is that HUD has a rule that activities that generate program income, so create revenues. In this case, this would be when somebody sells a home that has a CDBG loan on it. These loans are 0% interest, basically a silent second. There's no payment ever due, but they are paid back when the home is sold. And so when the home is sold and there's revenue generated from the sale, or when a home repair loan payments are made, HUD requires that that program income is spent before the new grant money. And what this tells us is that the recipients of home financial homebuyer assistance, HomeWise and the Housing Trust, have such vibrant programs that they are serving even more than the numbers they projected to serve, and they're still not touching their entitlement funds because their programs are so robust and churning so many new homebuyers through them. So that's the good news. The bad news is HUD doesn't like it when we don't spend their money. So stay tuned, because we will be bringing forth another action plan amendment. So for our current action plan, we are going to reprogram the majority of these funds for a new project, and we will do another notice of funding availability and request for applications mid-year, so before the end of the calendar year for sure. But it will complement some of our projects that are already underway that could benefit either a little bit more funding, or for some of the projects that are in the wings and were not quite ready for funding when the initial application was due. So that's kind of the good news, and always fun to reward successful projects. So all of you will have a chance to learn more about that and make comments on that as we bring forward the new proposed projects. I think the only other projects on this list that didn't quite appear to perform, both had, we always ask our subrecipients, the nonprofits, to provide any kind of explanation if their proposed numbers aren't met. And almost without fail, the reason their proposed numbers aren't met are really good reasons. And so let's see, for the homeowner housing rehabilitation, this program is run by Habitat for Humanity. And generally they're serving very low income, often elderly, often single women households. And generally they have a little bit of a mix of projects. Some projects are less expensive than others, and they also can work in conjunction with weatherization programs and other programs, some programs that specialize in accessibility retrofits, for example, and they can bring down the cost of their projects. This year, all they did was fix roofs, and roofs are really expensive. So they ran out of money before they were able to serve all of the folks on their list. But as we all know, a roof that doesn't leak is a really important thing. The public facility improvement was for the youth shelter's brand new roof, which they completed the project, and that's exciting. Also, another roof situation, but very important to get roofs fixed. And the reason they didn't have as many young people staying with them really was because of the pandemic. Folks were just not mobile and not as transient. They did not feel comfortable not having a safe place to stay. So the good news for that, that's sort of our end goal here, is to put all of our homeless shelters out of business. But the good news is that the longer young people stay in shelter, the more likely they are to be stabilized and to access longer term services and permanent housing. So that is also actually a good outcome there. Yeah, and I think it speaks for itself that we served almost 3 times as many people as we thought we would serve. A lot of that is due to, of course, more needs, but also greater capacity from our service providers to provide the services. And with that, I will stand back and see if anyone has any other questions or any other points that I can clarify.
Thank you. We'll come back to you in a minute. Madam Clerk, is there's still one individual in the attendee room. I don't know if that person wishes to speak to this item or a different item or no item, but could you ask and see if they'll raise their hand if they wish to speak at this public hearing on the CDBG report?
Yes. So, Ty France, yes. Are you?
Yeah, I'm actually with New Mexico Environment Department, Construction Programs Bureau for the loan.
I don't know what to
Okay.
say.
Okay, well, all right,
Perfect.
Questions when you're ready.
hold on then. We'll give you a
All
chance.
right,
to-
no
to-
worries.
Thank you for clarifying. I think that would be the only person who was even in the attendee room potentially to speak to any item on a public hearing. So I will then close the public hearing part and come back to the governing body. Anybody who wishes either to ask a question of Director Ladd or make a comment, go over any items in detail, now would be the chance to raise your hand and I'll recognize you. I see Councilwoman Villarreal's hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to also say the Community Development Commission recommended approval, and we spent a lot of attention on just what this means for the city, also as it relates to updating the growth management plan. So a lot of good discussions, and we also went through just minor corrections that needed to be made. So I appreciate Alexandra for continuing, or Director Ladd to continue with this bureaucratic process, even though it is important. So I was going to make a motion.
You can certainly do that. I think
Approve.
there's a hand or two still wishing to speak to this item, but we can have a motion in front of us while we speak.
So I move to approve. Sorry, I'm trying to find the number here. Where are we?
19A.
It's currently
Review. Well, I move to approve the consolidated annual performance evaluation review of uses of CDBG funds for the 2020 through 2021 program year as required by HUD.
Second.
And we have a second from Councilor Romero Worth. Councilor Romero Worth, your hand is up. In addition to a second, you have the floor.
Is Councilwoman Villarreal finished? Sorry.
I think
I guess she is.
I think she clicked off her sound, so I took that as a sign that she was
Okay.
done.
All right. Sorry, I just didn't hear her close. Director Ladd, just want to thank you for your work in this area, for this report, and you know, for all the good that gets done with this money and with your office. And I guess I just more than anything want to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit. I know the hour's late, about the work you're doing and particularly what you've been able to do around homelessness in this time with this money. It is a really tough issue for us to make a dent in and to help folks, you know, both to prevent homelessness and also to get people off the streets. And I, as I look through the report, seems like we've done a couple really important things this year to help that issue. And I just wondered if you wanted to highlight a couple of things.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, thank you. I was remiss in not mentioning probably our biggest contribution with this money toward stabilizing folks and keeping them safe and ending homelessness, which was deploying the former student housing at Midtown to house folks who did not have a place to be, both during the pandemic, but a lot of them prior to the pandemic. And almost without fail, all of them, there were a few who were asked to leave because they had some issues come up, but for the most part, the folks who stayed at the shelter have they're either in a better position now than they were when they walked through the door, or they have moved on to permanent, affordable, supportive housing, or they've gone back home, or a couple of them have left the community. But for the most part, it just is a real testament to what happens when you actually end homelessness by housing people, which is also to say that very robust social services and support services have to go hand in hand. Of course, you can't expect people in crisis to have successful outcomes without help. So I think one of the things about the CDBG money is that using it for public services is normally capped at 15% of the grant amount. we could give public services money away all day long, every day. So when Director Ochoa asks for more money, it's because it is truly needed in the community to keep our folks happy and healthy and safe. But because of COVID, the HUD, so we got a CARES Act through HUD, through our CDBG grant, which is what we used initially to support the shelter at Midtown. And because of COVID, HUD removed that restriction of the 15% cap just for the CARES Act money. So we were able to pay for all of the services, the operations, everything at Midtown using those funds. And so that's important. Also, I think we're kind of looking at how do we leverage affordable housing funds so that a provider, a property that's providing housing for folks doesn't have to take on huge amounts of debt and can instead operate the facility using subsidy for housing costs, which then frees up capacity and revenues to use for the support services. Because I think one of the things we've realized, even clearer than ever before, is just how important it is to have folks supported both for the housing costs, but also for their other social services needs. And of course,
And we're seeing that, yeah, suites, yeah.
Yeah, the suites were not funded through CDBG, but they will
Right.
be. We did bring through an amendment to use our second round of CARES Act funds to support the suites specifically for that reason, to free up resources so that a very well-designed, robust social services framework can go hand in hand with the rental subsidy, with the lower housing costs. And I think with the suites, what's good about kind of the pause between putting the units in service and funding the social services is that we now have a much better understanding of what folks need to be successful in those units.
Right, and I'm sorry, my internet cut out there, I think, for a minute, but I was just gonna say that, you know, the services have also been important to the model that is Santa Fe Suites, which, as you point out, was funded through some of the CARES Act money, that $17 million that Mary McCoy was talking about earlier tonight that we had to push out the door very quickly. So thank you. I know I was talking recently with a constituent around what we were doing around homelessness, and I was trying to very quickly talk about a variety of things, and it is a really hard issue, and you know, probably something that we'll be dealing with, I don't know, for a long time. But I think we have really concentrated a lot of effort and resources toward helping people, especially in this critical time with COVID. And so just wanted you to have the opportunity to talk about how the CDBG money has helped in that effort, and highlight some of the important work that you've been doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other hands among the city council members? If not, I'd like to take a minute. I know it's late, but we've always said that housing and affordable housing and care of people is our #1 priority. And it would be a mistake not to put into the record of this meeting with a little bit more detail and a little more granularity what this document actually says. So bear with me. I think it's worth the specifics to take the time to look at this document in detail. So Alexandra, I take you to page 7 of the report, and it says, in a normal year, the highest priority in Santa Fe's plan is to serve the entire continuum of housing and related public service needs from the homeless to the homeowner. To some extent, accomplishments during the year reflect that priority, and most goals were achieved in their entirety, if not exceeded. And I specifically looking at the number of Public services funded through CDBG proposed. We proposed to serve 1,245 households and served almost 3 times that amount. That's an astonishing accomplishment. 9 rental units were acquired, allowing 9 low-income renters to be served. Shelter providers proposed providing beds for 299 individuals experiencing homelessness. That proposal was exceeded by almost twice that amount. So I think it's, if we just gloss over it, we don't really dwell on the significance in the lives of individuals in Santa Fe dealing with COVID, for whom this became a lifeline provided by the work that you and all of the members of our team were able to accomplish, working through nonprofits, but also through city employees. And I think it's worth you reflecting a little bit about what it takes to get those numbers exceeded by twice or more in some cases than was originally proposed during a pandemic, in the middle of a situation where, as we've heard, there were serious staffing levels, not only for the city, but for the nonprofits. Volunteers were hard to come by. The work was difficult, challenging, and in some cases involved personal risk to get the work done. So dig down a little bit deeper, if you would.
Mr. Mayor, dig down deeper and
Tell us a little bit about what that takes to get that work done. It's an enormous accomplishment.
it is indeed. And I can take credit for kind of the paper pushing end of it, which, believe you me, is some days even more than I can take. But I do want to recognize that all of our community partners were just amazing. And I think the city has long had a philosophy of building the capacity of community partners to provide the work and to support that work as a way to do it in a more nimble and more effective fashion sometimes, rather than trying to build the bureaucracy to provide the services directly. But I think in this situation, too, what we were really able to do, and I speak kind of on behalf of my other colleagues at the city, is we were able to tell the nonprofits, what do you need from us? Like, we will do anything it takes to make this work, because we know that you're on the front lines and you're having to completely change your business model in a pandemic, something that nobody ever thought they would do or knew how to do. And I think that really was inspiring for everybody to be able to bring kind of the power of the government and the resources that the government has access to, and watch our amazing nimble partners just get those funds out into the community and help, way more people than they even thought they could help. So, all the way around, it was a lot of work, of course, but also just tons of inspiration and folks really changing their mindset. And I think particularly when it comes to the very sort of lean and mean nonprofits that are serving folks experiencing homelessness or with lots of social services needs, there has traditionally been sort of more of a scarcity mindset toward it, and very much of a, well, we can't, I have to serve the person who's in front of me right this minute, and I don't have time for any kind of strategic long-term thinking. I can't think beyond helping this person. And we really were able to break that down a little bit and say, like, for once, we've got access to resources, so let's design the programs that we want to have, not the ones that that we just are the best we can do. Like, we really actually can do the best that's possible, not just what we have to scrape by with. So I think that was really transformative, and we're still working on it. We still have some projects coming forward that will be also transformative. So the momentum right now is pretty amazing.
Let me build on that, because on page 10, the subject of the report is leveraging, and one of the projects that has been long underway and which we all participated in getting support for it and getting the points for it is now just about ready to be occupied. But the statistic that is staggering is the 10-to-1 leverage ratio that we see with that project. And again, that's we talked about the significant achievement of getting the Southside Teen Center funded, getting the interfaith housing project funded and now almost finished is again a significant community achievement and a partnership effort.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. And I'm glad you brought up the concept of leveraging, because I think what I've tried to do, my predecessors in this position certainly started this, but what I've tried to do is have the city's housing funds act more like a foundation, with this idea that the city can't pay for everything. The city isn't going to fund projects that aren't ready for funding. So we want to see the project that needs the assistance just to close that last mile funding gap, particularly when it comes to construction, to really kind of push projects from the, oh, I think maybe we can do it, to absolutely, definitely, and it's going to be really awesome. And I think that's important, because as a result, we're creating capacity across the community, so that it's not just a question of, well, if the city has a bad budget year and can't fund things, that a bunch of services won't get provided, but rather those services will get provided because we've spent so much time building the capacity and supporting the efforts that are leveraging lots of different investments and resources.
And it's noteworthy that project is 100% solar powered as well. So we're accomplishing multiple goals with one project at a 10-to-1 leverage ratio. Another capacity building champion is Adelante, which comes up on page 11 of the report. And there you've got a remarkable overachiever, providing 2,880 homeless individuals with resource linking and direct services, 3 times what was proposed. Again, in the middle of a pandemic, that's an enormous achievement by a partner dealing with some of the most stressed people in our community.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm glad you pointed that out also, because I think one of the Adelante is a really great example of when a community-based nonprofit, and this one is housed within the public school system, but it is an independent nonprofit, but how they're so much better situated to provide the services directly, because the folks in the community, which is the school community, trust them. And so, and they speak their language. And and now, after years of doing this and years of the city supporting them, they've got great capacity to be really efficient and exceed their proposed goals. But also, families turn to them quickly and right away when they start to have troubles, which actually is a good thing, because it's usually easier to solve a trouble in the beginning than after it's compounded and you're looking at someone who hasn't been able to pay rent for months. And the other thing, Adelante has also applied for trust funds, local funds, affordable housing trust funds, to use as rental assistance. So not only are they able to use the CDBG to provide the services and to pay their staff folks, but then they're able to use the rental assistance to counsel the person, you need rental assistance and we have it for you, which is really great. So folks don't leave there and then fall through the cracks and not actually get their needs met.
I'd also ask you to comment on the paragraph on page 17 that talks about the Community Housing Trust and the 3 apartment communities, Village Sage, Stagecoach Apartments, and Los Solares Station, where 25% of the units are set aside for people at 30% AMI or less, many of them exiting homelessness. This is, again, a significant partnership to speak to the people in our community who have the toughest time finding affordable housing for themselves.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely right. And I think the Housing Trust These are three flagship properties, three examples of how low-income housing tax credit resources can be used to develop really high-quality housing. They're all LEED certified, they're all sustainably built. But this idea of the mixed income model, which also relies on partnerships with other nonprofits and service providers in the community. So it's really linking resources across different organizations and different projects. But previously, when the low income housing tax credit program first came on board, if the income limit was typically set at 60% of area median income, and that meant everyone renting an apartment there earned 59% of area median income. So, it was serving a purpose, but it's actually, the Housing Trust has really led the way toward how to make these projects mixed income projects so that you're housing everyone from folks who are transitioning out of homelessness up to families who just need a subsidized, affordable place to live while they get their feet under them or get new jobs or raise their kids or whatever. And I think that's Seiler Yards, the Interfaith Project, has really also embarked on that same model. And I think the Housing Trust can certainly be commended as setting that bar really high.
On page 19, you do a good job of laying out why the fee in lieu of program actually helps people. And I know, sometimes we hear criticism that it's an easy way for developers to buy their way out of providing affordable units. But here on page 19, you're very clear that the assistance that the fee in lieu of provides covers a wide variety of needs that gives us flexibility that we wouldn't otherwise have. And I wonder if you could just itemize some of the benefits of the fee in lieu of program.
Well, I think, Mr. Mayor, prior to fee in lieu of, first of all, we had no multifamily development at all, like market rate development. So that was a problem. That created a pretty long-term supply issue in our housing market. We're not the only ones with this. I think right now almost everybody has some kind of supply issue in their housing market, but it really exacerbated it here in Santa Fe. And when you have a limited number of units to begin with, not adding any new units for almost a decade is certainly problematic and creates a lot of longer term issues, which we're still, of course, facing. The fee in lieu of, I think the being able to generate the revenues for the trust fund, of course, and the council, I know many of you are quite familiar with how those funds are used, but there is much more flexibility when somebody can be assisted with rent because it's meeting them where they are. So they are able to pay arrears or get into a new unit or get stabilized in their current home. And so that there's something very effective about that, and it's immediate. And we want to continue investing in long-term, permanent supportive housing, but really that needs to be operated by an affordable housing operator and not a market rate developer who really doesn't know how to do income certifications, doesn't know what kind of support services a lower income renter who might be in transitioning out of a more crisis situation or certainly an unstable situation. That market rate developer doesn't really have the tools to best meet the person's needs. So we're trying to do both. And the amendments that we did a couple of years ago, I think, have actually created some interest in providing on-site units with the idea that the market rate property owner would partner with a nonprofit to help with the social services side.
One other organization that you single out for significant recognition is St. Elizabeth's for taking on supportive housing, being part of the Housing Action Coalition, managing the Santa Fe Suites. They, according to the report, St. E's provides services with 5 separate facilities sleeping about 225 people a night at one of the programs, providing food, clothing, hygiene products, and mail services to almost 2,000 clients every year. And again, it's about partnership and capacity building with organizations that we support and that support our people. And that shout out to me is very well deserved in this report.
Absolutely.
One thing that you did highlight that is, there's several areas where we obviously need to do better and must do better. But one thing that really resonated with me was the call on page 22 for the needs of our mentally ill, homeless people who are suffering both homelessness and a behavioral health or a mental health problem that contributes to their vulnerability. And you said the current shelters in town are not equipped to provide much service to these individuals. There really should be a separate facility just for people who are confronting twin issues of homelessness and mental illness or behavioral health related mental problems. Have you seen models that we could learn from? We are, I think, as you said earlier in response to Councilor Romero-Worth, we have a strategy for the first time to deal with homelessness. We are part of the Built for Zero movement. We are building a chain of services and a steady march toward more housing for more people. This is a very problematic area where you're dealing with homelessness and mental health. Is there a lesson we can learn from another community, something from Built for Zero that we can begin to move toward as our next frontier when it comes to conquering homelessness?
Mr. Mayor, Director Ochoa would probably answer this question much better than I will, but I do think that one of the premises of Built for Zero is that everybody is in the same database and using the same database to track outcomes and to track services across the entire community. And that sounds so sort of trivial, like a database. That's not helping the person who's standing on the corner yelling at the cars driving by. But what it really does, and I think the pandemic, I hate to say it was helpful, but there are opportunities here. And one of the things that it really made very obvious was that, and a lot of this was through using the Unite Us and the Connect network and portal, was this idea that for the first time, because we had to, we were able across agencies and across nonprofits and service providers, we were able to track somebody through the system. And that resulted in them having a much higher likelihood of ending up in housing, ending up in a better situation. And so I think it's super hard work, but we're starting to look at how to ensure that all of the providers, even if they're getting funding from my office, that they still have to participate in this community-held database, just because it's a way to implement a housing strategy as well as hand in hand with the social services strategy and the super higher needs people. Their needs they're not falling through the cracks because they can't get from one service provider to another.
Yeah, I agree. And I know I've been to the Santa Fe Suites on many an occasion and visited with people who are living there now. And one of the residents is an old friend of mine who used to come into City Hall when we were open before COVID and regularly present me with some of his very elaborate schemes and promises that he thought he could effectuate. And it was clear that he really would need housing to even get to a point of stability. And now he has it. And it's a huge change of that person's life, just to have that level of stability. Well, thank you, Director Ladd. You know, you put so many hours into not just the work of doing your job, but the work of producing this report as a comprehensive a consolidated performance evaluation, I think it behooves us to take the report in its entirety and spend some time digging into it and evaluating the work, celebrating our successes that you've led us through with your partners in your team, and also recognizing we've got miles to go before we sleep when it comes to affordable housing, dealing across the spectrum of housing needs in our community. It continues to be the highest articulated need in Santa Fe. And to have this report is a tremendous learning opportunity to see where we're making progress and where we have more significant work to do. So thank you for not just compiling it, but doing the work that went into the records. The actual work that is recorded in this report is a year of real accomplishments. And I personally am very grateful to you and everybody who participated in making it happen.
Thank you very much.
Any other, Councilor Garcia, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alex, I just want to thank you for putting on your Superwoman cape to really make these numbers happen. It takes a leader like you to really organize our community partners, and the numbers are evidence that you're working with our community partners. The numbers are fantastic. So when you talk to all these partners, tell them thank you from us. I think without them, these numbers would be zero. And so we need to ensure that they're being rightfully recognized for the hard work that they do every day in our community. So with that, just again, wear that Superwoman cape proudly. Thank you, Alex. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor.
Any other hands? If not, there is a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, I can. Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vijo Koppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Director Ladd. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item, the next public hearing?
Yes. That would be item, now we're at item B, consideration of bill number 2021-17. It's adoption of an ordinance authorizing the city of Santa Fe borrower to enter into a loan agreement with the New Mexico Environment Department, NMED, for the purpose of obtaining project loan funds up to the amount of $4 million plus accrued interest and loan subsidy grant funds in the amount of $180,000 for total funded amount not to exceed $4,180,000. This is designating the use of the funds for the proposed defined in the most current project description form as approved by NMED, declaring the necessity for the loan, providing that the loan will be payable and collectible solely from the borrower's pledged revenues defined below, and prescribing other details concerning the loan and security therefore. And Melissa McDonald is available for this item.
Thank you. This
Move
is
to approve.
It's a public hearing. Let's just go through a little bit of an overture before we get to a motion. Melissa, do you want to give us an overview of this before we open the floor for public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and councilors, I am actually delighted to be here tonight to ask for your approval of this item. The legislation is the first step in the execution of a low interest rate loan of 1% from the US EPA through the Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund. And it's administered by the New Mexico Environment Department, the Construction Services Bureau. And as you all heard, Ty Friends is here in case we have questions for NMED. And thank you for hanging in there, Ty. The authorized loan amount would go up to $4 million, which would be granted on a project by project basis. And it comes with a $180,000 federal grant subsidy, which is a nice little bonus because we don't have to pay that back. Repayment would happen over a 15 to 30-year timeframe, and the loan would be repaid out of our stormwater utility service charge. And, you know, when you were talking about leverage, to me, this is just such an incredible good example of that, because up until recently, we haven't leveraged this fee. And our whole stormwater planning effort really focused in on how can we utilize what we collect to get a higher impact or more coverage, because we have a large list of arroyos and things that need to be repaired. So this is an excellent example of that, and I'm just really happy that we're here at this point. So these funds are really designated for phase 1 of our priority stormwater projects, and those were identified in our stormwater management strategic plan, which was adopted by this governing body in 2018. So phase 1 projects that we're going to be focusing on in the beginning are the West Santa Fe River area and the Arroyo de los Pinos, which is a contributor to the Arroyo Chamizo. And that's kind of the mid part of the Camino Carlos Rey all the way to the Bellama neighborhoods. At a 1% rate, this is an excellent example and opportunity. And you know, this will really help us be able to accomplish our stormwater master plan goals. And I'm just excited to get to work on continuing the great work that we're doing on our capital improvement list. And I think with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Franz, you have been so patient waiting for this item to come forward. Why don't you take a few minutes and tell us your point of view and what you think the value of this is going forward? And thank you for hanging in there with us. I'm very grateful.
Of course, it's my pleasure. As we know, stormwater in the state of New Mexico has been devastating all over the state right now. We offer these low-cost loans to mitigate stormwater damage throughout the state, and we encourage communities to apply for these. Clean Water State Revolving Fund varies anywhere from 0 to 1%, depending on affordability of the community. So the smaller communities will get usually with lower PCI will get a lower interest rate. Unfortunately, Santa Fe is at that that higher PCI. So it does go with a 1% rate, but it's still lower than most USDA loans that are out there for communities to borrow from. We're extremely easy to work with. If at any point this is, you're needing $6 or $7 or $10 million, we definitely have the funds for that. We are federally subsidized. So we receive about $8 million a year from the National Clean Water State Revolving Fund. And none of the money that we use is taxpayer dollars. All of it is subsidized by the state revolving fund. And then the interest we use to make additional loans to other communities. So it is in perpetuity. So it's a great way, and I'm finally glad to see Santa Fe. It's coming to fruition. This is a couple of years in the making. I've only been around for about 8 months, but yeah, everybody in the department is so excited to finally work with Santa Fe and get this taken care of. So,
thank you, sir. Thanks for being here. Are there questions for either Director McDonald or Mr. Franz from the members of the governing body? Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions. Just wanted to thank Director McDonald for all her work on this topic. This has been a long time coming, and I just appreciate that you've been diligent to continue working hard to find us funding for this, especially after the big flood that we experienced a few years ago. And I do want to co-sponsor this. I think it's an important step to securing our infrastructure in preparation for the realities of climate change and the potential that we have from, what we experience in flooding and just the crucial need we have for stormwater management in an old infrastructure as Santa Fe has. So thank you so much for your dedication and the many hats you wear. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other comments before we get to a motion, I would just like to second what Councilwoman Villarreal just said. You know, if you looked at our agenda tonight as a narrative, one of the sub themes across the board has been how much of a difference it makes when you've got money that you can leverage, whether it's building the teen center and the feeling of satisfaction that comes with getting that fully funded and the groundbreaking coming forward, or it becomes a matter of the report we just heard on housing and how much of a difference it makes when you've got leadership finding the money and deploying it effectively. And I think, Director McDonald, you are in that category of leaders who find assets and available dollars that will make a huge difference in the quality of life and the well-being of people in the city, because the money makes these projects possible. It would be easy simply to overlook the opportunity, or to think it's too hard, or it's too much paperwork, or we don't know what exactly it would take to make it happen. But getting it into the position where we have access to those dollars and then we can deploy them in the community to make a difference is a huge, huge achievement just in itself. Working with our finance department, your own team, working with the state, it's a really big deal. So thank you for getting this brought forward to us. I would entertain a motion at this time.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to approve and we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk, did you get both of the who made the motion and who made the second?
Yes, I just want to confirm, Counselor Cassett, you had the second, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
All right, perfect.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Are there any further questions or comments for either Director McDonald or Mr. Franz? There's nobody else in the attendee room, so we didn't really have public comment from the outside. If there's no other questions or comments, I would ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Yes, Counselor Behill Coupler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
and thank you to both of you for being with us through the long haul tonight. Much appreciated. Madam Clerk, could you take us to the last item in our public hearing section?
Yes, the last item is item C. It is adoption of an ordinance removing section 20-6 relating to marijuana and marijuana paraphernalia possession. Kyle Hibner, our city prosecutor, is available for this item.
Thank you. Mr. Hibner, could you give us an overview of what this ordinance does? And then we'll see if there's any public testimony or questions from the governing body.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body. As I'm sure everyone knows at this point, the state legislature legalized marijuana earlier this year. This ordinance removes the civil violation from the city code, since it's in conflict with state law now. So it's just kind of a cleanup removal.
Thank you. We're getting our house in order to conform to new state law. There's nobody in the attendee room to testify or offer public comment. Are there questions from the governing body for Mr. Hibner? I see two hands are up. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor, followed by Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kyle, for joining us. I just have a quick clarification. I read your memo and I was trying to remember, I guess the way I had understood possession of marijuana, we had decriminalized it a number of years ago. And your memo, I felt like it said it's something different. So can you clarify that in my brain? I can't exactly figure that out, because I thought we actually put into law for the city to decriminalize a number of years ago. I thought it was the 1914 date that you gave us. So sorry, 2014 date. Can you tell me more about that? Do you know more about that?
Yeah, I could try to answer that, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Villarreal. So the city did decriminalize it in 2014. They made it a civil violation for possession. And it was up to, it was a $25 fine. So it was decriminalized in the sense that it wasn't a criminal penalty anymore. It was a civil fine.
Okay, thank you. I knew there was something around that. Sorry I just couldn't remember how it worked. So, and this just takes it off the books, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick clarification. So I guess on the topic of expungement, that would have to be taken by the state, not by us. Am I correct on that? Expungement of past convictions.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I believe in House Bill 2, there is provisions that require kind of an automatic expungement for the various agencies to undertake. But if I'm remembering correctly, the way they had identified that was that basically the city of Santa Fe would be in compliance if they didn't release the records. And so, for example, for municipal court cases, unless it's a DWI, it's not going to show up on NM cards, for example.
Okay, thanks so much, Kyle. I just wanted to make sure that, if there were any other necessary actions after this, we were taking them. And as I mentioned, it was my understanding that this expungement process is on the state side, not on the city side. But thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. No other questions, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I would like to be added as a co-sponsor for this.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else with a question or comment? Not at this time. All right. Remind me, do we have a motion on the floor yet? I don't think so.
Move to
We do
approve.
not, Mayor. Okay.
I'm
Move to
sorry,
approve.
Madam Clerk, do we already have a motion on the floor? I didn't
No.
write it down.
No, we did not. But I do have Councilwoman Villarreal with the motion and Councilor Garcia with the second.
Okay, you were quicker than I was in hearing it. I stopped taking notes when we brought this item up. So there's a motion on the floor. Are there any other questions or comments? Anything for Deputy Chief Joy, who's been hanging in there with us all night as well? We should make his evening productive by asking him at least one question or giving him our thanks, and Mr. Hibner as well. If there are no questions or comments, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on this item then?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes, and I'd like to co-sponsor.
Perfect. I will note that. Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
motion has been approved. Thank you all for sticking with us. It is 10:43. We've completed the agenda for this evening and we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.